a new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
One mortar.
No work. There you go. Just a matter of time before we started seeing those connect.
Hooligan tries to defend and does a great job. Worms keeps control of the East.
Yeah, dug himself a little hole inside the shelter, and he is going to manage to hit back hardy. And leaving they'll go for the res inside the fields. You got Animaniacs on Trey. He's been deleted. How good are 9/11?
Animaniacs don't have anywhere to go, and 9/11 is abandoning the circle to go on the hunt. These guys are bloodthirsty and sending a message. Posa going down, doesn't matter. 9/11 still wants some more. Animaniacs go down. Full send on one side. Pippa already scouted it out. Vinya goes down. Vinny playing on this rock. Jumper gets shots up on top of it. Gets tons of vision. And Vinny peeks back around. Perfect timing. It is Vinny and Gazera that hold it together.
This my moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mags, the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, brawling, then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone.
Hey everyone, and welcome to PAS2. And somehow, myself and Poro, we're still sitting at our desks that we've been sitting on all day today. Because Poro, we were so excited for the action here that we just couldn't leave.
Yeah, no, I'm not moving. I'm stuck in there. I might have showered. Y'all don't know. I at least got my hair looking at least somewhat decent. Changed the shirt just to keep you guessing. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for PAS, man. I love these Cup Series. I love seeing these up-and-coming teams, and I love having fun with my buddy Gibson.
I'm liking the shirt though, STK. There's a flashback to
Thank
all
you.
the real ones in the Americas. Did you buy that in the STK merch store, or was it a gift from one of the players?
Oh, that was a merch store purchase, buddy. I make sure the money goes to the players for sure. Just making it rain over here on STK t-shirts.
Make sure to support your local players,
with
guys.
this.
Make sure to support your local players. Give them some love. But Poro, I suppose let's just get into it, right? This is
Let's get into
run-up to PAS. The teams are playing inside these cups because they want to qualify for PAS proper, where they get a chance to earn those all-important PGC points. And well, it's quite simple, isn't it? You sign up to play in scrims. If scrims go well for you over 2 days, well, you get to play in that week's cup. And that's where you earn your points that can then qualify you through to PAS.
There you go. It's that easy. Just get your boys together, play 3 days of scrims, and you too could be in here getting absolutely bodied by 911, who apparently has a new team name. So we're the artists formerly known as 911.
Yeah, C9 now known that, not Cloud9, actually Circle 9 for those that are wondering. Here is, of course, that schedule where the top 20 teams in the cup will make their way through to playoffs to join the 9 other teams who've got invites based on performance this year so far. But I always look at the Cups, Poro, as the opportunity for those chat warriors to back up what they say. You know, the ones in the chat, they're like, oh, I could dominate this lobby. These guys are no good. Well, see that QR code in the bottom right corner. Give it a little scan. Sign up before your buddies and see how good you really are.
Go in there. You too could get a P90 in late game circles and just show everybody how amazing you are. But yep, point system. Obviously, if you're new here, 10 points for first place, and then a point per kill. So that's how we're keeping track of all this. And then it's also cumulative over the course of these next few weeks. We've already got 1 week in the bag, and this is week number 2. So you still have time, even if you have not participated in these first 2, you could still have time to get up here and play 3 more weeks if you've got the guts.
Yeah, we saw teams qualify off 2 weeks' performances in the last PAS, and what are you playing for? You're also playing for a share of a $15,000 prize pool. That is money that can't go to Liquid, can't go to Falcons, can't go to, Furia. It's only for teams that play inside the cup, so it's a really good chance to make some money as well. Like, by making PAS, you're instantly getting $250 at a bare minimum.
Easy. Love a little cash money on the side to make the trouble a little bit more worthwhile. Well, here's your participants list. It is not Cup Week 1, it's Cup Week 2. But these are our participants this time. You see that C9 down in the bottom left. Those were our winners last week. Right there next to them is Duel, who were in second place, but a pretty distant second if we're being honest.
Yeah, I feel like C9 got a little bit of inspiration for that logo as well with the colorway that they've gone with. But here is the leaderboard as it currently stands. C9 picked up 81 points across 5 maps. Another day like that today, they will see themselves pretty much guaranteed as a team inside of the PAS finals itself. But it's the teams that aren't here I'm always interested in, right? Poro, so Animaniacs, Yin Yang, Alevants, none of those teams are playing tonight. So it's an opportunity for some of our new teams that have a lot of familiar faces to move up as well.
Yeah, you get to find out if they're about that life, as apparently last week, Alevants, Animaniacs, Yin Yang, not so much, as 12 points was the most that they were able to muster. But we do have 5 matches today, 2 Erangels, a Miramar, a Tego, and a Rondo. So we get to go all over the world of PUBG to figure out who will come out on top this week.
It's going to be fun though, right? You look at some of the teams that are taking part. A team last week that I expected more from was New Gen All-Stars. They made a couple of roster swaps. You know, they aren't full Canadian anymore like they were last year. If you remember through the injected side from last year, Paro, well, Choppy and Stokely have joined that roster, and it's not really worked so far, but hey, anytime injected did something good, it was either Stokely or Choppy that was making the plays.
I mean, look, it's a tale as old as time. When you get a new roster lineup, you kind of need time to figure out what everybody's role is and how to play around each other and how to make adjustments on the fly. It's not surprising to see that they not kind of up to the standard of what we kind of got used to seeing from them last year, but still plenty of time to turn that around here. And if you're going to do it, these are probably the best lobbies to do it in because you get a little bit more forgiveness, I would think.
Yeah, it definitely is. And well, it's time to jump into the action anyway to kick things off. PAS Cup Week 2 underway with a flight path going from the south to the north, finishing just up and around Stalber. And something tells me, Paro, we're going to see some very different games today than what we were watching earlier this morning.
You think so?
Yeah, just a little bit.
What makes you think that?
Well, for one, there's no Hemas or, you know, guys like that inside this lobby, but you do have Punage, so, you know...
Could always be something. And, you know, one thing I will say that we saw a lot of earlier today that I think we'll see even down at this level, early game violence. I think teams are starting to really figure out with these 5-game sets that you need to get points as quickly as possible. So going in there and third-partying fights or taking fights whenever you think you've got the advantage it's a high-risk, high-reward play, but the reward is even higher if you're able to pull it off now than it used to be. So we'll see if they do that here as we check in with Mr. BL Malcolmo over just to the east of Razak. School Apps, C9 taking over a lot of real estate just to the south of
Yeah, I thought you were going to add a couple of letters when you were talking about the circle that we just got there. Way up on that east, taking so much water over by Lipovka as we watch a couple of teams just dropping in Severne. Taysan going to go for a sneaky little hot drop up in that north section of the map, and let's see if one of these teams can take advantage because we had this drop last week, Paro, and if you weren't watching, it was very cold. It wasn't the hottest of drops.
Well, I mean, that's Severne kind of allows for that, right? Like you can be you can share this. It's not great. Nobody likes to share it. The loot down there doesn't really feel like it's the best for two teams, and really it's just kind of a question of if you catch somebody making a mistake more than anything. But it looks like both of these teams should be able to split, but I don't think anybody's going to be coming out of this super happy with whatever they're able to pick up, and will be interesting to see how they decide to rotate into this zone. If they go north and wrap around Stalber, they've got a couple of teams up there that they could run into, but if you come out on top, or if you do it the timing right, you could have that entire north side to yourself. So we'll see how they play this one out.
Yeah, long rotate into the zone then as you kind of make your way across, but again, teams to look out for if you are kind of new to the Cups and you're watching. Well, obviously, we spoke about C9 earlier. This is a roster with current reigning PNC World Champions, because obviously Furia no longer in the scene, so this is where those team have found themselves. Another team that I think has been fun to watch has been Bilu. Well, I think the team that, if you're an Americas fan, you're going to have your eye, and particularly USA, is going to be Scam, the per diem roster. Like, you look at the players on it, Bizzler's stuck in there, one of my favorite players to watch for the last, you know, how many? Because that guy's been in the scene for a long time now, but it's a really talented roster. They just did not play well last week.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the risk you take with the risk you run into with playing 5 games. If you don't get a good start or aren't able to kind of capitalize on other teams' mistakes, then yeah, it's really difficult to get that ball rolling. I mean, we've seen teams at the top of international level kind of in the same boat. I mean, look at Navi, but yeah, we'll see if they can find their footing here today, start things off. They're not in a bad position, right just off and north of center circle, not going all the way into Lippo just yet, but they could run into NRG. It looks like Vinny might be looking over in that direction as we see Nico over here for Tayson. His teammates letting him know that Infinite is rolling around, but it looks like Infinite's going to pull away and cut back to the north.
Yeah, Tayson had some good moments and some not so good moments last week. I think to that hot drop that we had, Oradana did a couple of nice things over on Miramar, but again, this is a roster where if they can just constantly make the scrims and make it to the cups, they'll get into PAS itself, right? some teams will qualify just by presence. If you're there every week and you're picking up points, it should get you over that threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stick it out, man. Just make it appointment viewing, appointment playing for all these guys. This is again, I mean, you mentioned that we saw the same thing last week, and it was kind of cool. This one's a little bit warmer, but not too terribly hot as Infinite. Kind of just rolling around again, just trying to see if they can catch Tayson making mistakes, and Tayson doing the same thing to Overpowered, as Nico will take a little bit of damage, but we'll be able to get back to the rest of the boys. This was the biggest thing, the concern, right, is getting vehicles, but it looks like both teams have been able to at least secure one or two.
Yeah, and the good thing for them as well is because it's taken so long, there's a bunch of space on the north side of the circle for them. Gats for the Protean Warriors will work alongside R2 and get a couple of members of LMR as they'll lose players nice and nice. So the last minute roster are going to go out in the first few minutes of this one. At least two of the players will, and they'll be forced to turn tail and move north. And good news for them, Poro, is there's plenty of space with nobody in it up to the north.
Yeah, that's a tough one. They were coming in from that northern side, but Scam taking advantage of that high ground and making it so that LMR just had no idea that they were there until they were right on top of them. And so instant two players gone now, and we'll see what that duo can do here. Again, playing from the north side, though, so if they get lucky with shifts, they might be able to pull something off here, as Wooly's going to get a little bit too close to Shane Doe, and Shane Doe will take him down.
You gotta look at the zone though and ask yourself, could anybody possibly get lucky with shifts? Because this could get a hell of a lot worse before it gets better. But Pest Control, they're doing a good job just down in the south. And, you know, me and Matt were talking earlier today. I was like, yeah, we used to call this, you know, areas around here like Sampty and Gempty. And it's like, those guys have been gone from the scene for so long now that most of the viewers don't even know who we're talking about.
That's the risk you run whenever naming stuff after teams or players, is that there's, unfortunately, quite a bit of turnover. But
there's viewers
we'll
who
always
don't even
remember
know.
in our hearts.
Yeah, there's viewers that don't even know when we talk about places like Liquid Compound that this was a European roster at the time. Like, that's how long ago that was as well.
A long time. Well, Pest Control, after taking down Wooly, now they'll turn their attention over towards No Way, who's just going to send it right in. Lopez will have to duck. His teammate will do a little fancy driving over the top of him. Hot and spicy. Seat swapping his way through that UAZ will keep himself alive for now. Should be able to heal up. It looks like Shane's going to go and provide him a little bit of support with that BRDM, but No Way looks like they're fully committed into pushing this over here on the south side. And Pest Control, I think, realizing it, let's just get out of here, go for better position.
Yeah, I always love seeing Shane Doe in the lobby as well because, you know, he streams all the time. He's a player who invests so much time into PUBG itself, and I think he just continues to get better and better. I know last year he was IGLing for Dots, still waiting for confirmation of his IGLing for Pest Control now, but with players like Joshy on the roster too, like, I think Shane could do pretty well. Like, it's a team that I expect to be playing at PAS, at least in the playoffs.
Would not be at all surprised to see them boys there, as they'll make their way in. Meanwhile, No Org has managed to pull one off of Giga, with the rest of Giga making their surround here. Nice grenade there from Kalawi. Will take down Gizera. Unfortunately for Gizera, nobody really there to defend him. You see Pippa off in the distance. As where is that last player? Or the rest of NRG? Actually, no, the rest of NRG is in the north side of Lippo. They're not even anywhere near this. So Pippa's kind of on an island here, and that'll be it for Gizera's blue chip.
Yeah, Giga going to enjoy that, of course. Sneak Attack, who, if I'm not wrong, is the 5th player on the roster for Team USA later on this year at ENC. So congratulations to Sneak on making it onto that team. But Giga picking up a nice early point. They'll get Frustick back inside the server. And you saw Pipa, he was having a peek over on this other side, but not going to be able to get any angle. Note, and the circle does shift Poro, and it moves up towards the north. And that mansion compound that Frogman's at right now is looking pretty good.
It's also looking pretty good for LMR. Remember, they lost 2 players early, and we're kind of hoping that they would get a north shift so that they didn't have to try to make their way down south. But they might run into Scam once again here, as we see Circle 9 do a little bit of jousting in those vehicles with as they... God, I hate this. Shush. We're going to call them Shush instead of Shush.
It's shh whenever they're flanking, and it's SH whenever they're pushing, right? So SH,
okay.
Yeah, you got to get it right. SH when they're pushing, and it's shh whenever they're flanking on the other end.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I will try to do my best to remember that. Is SH is inside compound. They did manage to take a 2-2 split just off to the west here of Bilu, but Bilu still have guys down on the south, so they've got a pretty good position of their own. Should be able to defend this for the time being, and as you said, right dead center circle as well. Now they do have, I think, obviously the majority of teams down to the south. Not too many teams coming in from the north just yet. But that could change.
Yeah, red zone coming in here as well, as Bilu will be pretty close to SH, and I think you can have multiple teams sharing mansion, at least at this point. One of the players from Shush we had a little fun with last week, Jimmy Guzman. I was wondering for you, Paro, who would you trust more as your used car salesman? Jimmy Guzman or Mike Navarro?
Ooh, I don't know, man. Jimmy Guzman feels like he's got a pretty good idea of what's going on, but Mike Navarro... I've got videos. I've got video evidence of my ability as a used car salesman. So
yeah, Jimmy Guzman rolls the clock back. He rolls the odometer. Pardo only sells you the finest of the best vehicles out there.
Jimmy Guzman kind of giving me Better Call Saul vibes, right? Like,
yeah.
Just feels like he's that's a guy that knows people, knows things. Mm-hmm. We'll see if No Way knows that this forest is clear, and it looks like they're going to figure it out pretty quickly as nobody's shooting at them. Now we go. We got some long-range shots there from SH, but nothing too terrifying. Ooh, never mind.
Yeah, but they can close the gap now to mansion if they want to. Like, the issue with dropping here is you're not going to have any vehicles, so you're kind of entrenched in. But with the way this little swamp works, you can move in pretty nicely. Mika here sneaking on up on BDE, as QDL could be in some trouble closing the gap, the German is, but I think that BDE will manage to get everybody back inside the circle, and Boundary Esports, of course, is what that stands for, not anything else at all.
Sorry, look, I was looking at Circle 9, they've got Heaven right now with DraftKings BL.
It's Circle 3.
Okay. Circle 9, the team. I'm not going to call them C9. C9 is a very historic org with a lot of history in North America. Circle 9 is Circle 9. So we'll see what they can get their guys back over to Heaven. Looks like they should be able to. But yeah, the mass migration has occurred going into those woods around Mansion and in between Mansion and Heaven. But good thing for No Way, they took that E-pick up early, and they are in good position here. They're going to spot out Penry. That's one down as BDE is now in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, a couple of teams now trying to play it in an angle here for Lopez, but he's not able to hit the shot at the first time of asking. But with one nade and one molly, he's going to be pretty picky about when he uses the utility that he has on board. Jam, by the way, has been able to catch an off angle onto QDL. He's going to look to confirm that kill out as the per diem withholders put some shots in, but I'm noticing he doesn't have a lot of shots left on that M24. Probably glad that it's a Bolty and not a DMR when you've got so few 7.62 rounds.
Yeah, you'd think so. Yeah, it's paid off though, right? Like, he's got one, and they're holding. Look at how much real estate they're holding on to in that J building, and even just spots off to the side. We'll see if he can get his hands on a little bit more ammunition for the bag. His last minute rosters, Abdu will be keeping close eye on No Way. They're kind of holding down this one building on the north side of the road, down to 2, but still in pretty good position here.
Yeah, and you look at the teams around them, like maybe there's a chance that somebody could push over, in particular Overpowered, as Punage gets that angle onto Zin, turns his attention over to Lippy and isn't able to get the knock this time around, but he's coming under fire from elsewhere as well. New Gen All-Stars holding the south of the circle, nobody in and around them yet, but no org in the midst of an action here with Giga.
I mean, you had to feel like something was coming. As 57 alive in this small of a circle. They've been able to avoid each other for now, but Pippa has that rooftop position. He's got that Panzerfaust in hand, and he is just waiting for an opportunity to catch Giga slipping as they're playing around the edge of that wall. Oh, Frostic, you're looking like a really juicy target here for Pippa.
There's a chance the two of them could stack up on top of each other here for Pippa too, and that could be a really
he's being so
problem.
Sneaky. He's not taking a single step. He doesn't want them. They don't know he's here. They have no idea. They crashed it while he was on the roof. Oh, now he's going to take a step as Morns tries to get up on the roof. Pippa's not going to let him get away with that one. Follow it up with a grenade. Kalawi Gets a little bit of damage there with the air burst. But Pippa should be able to escape. Sneak attack going for the instant res here.
Yeah, but Pippa was able to get the nade on the fruit stick, and that means that there's only 2 players, make it 3 up for the side of Giga. Pippa wrapping around the other side, will get the angle behind the wall in a second time, catches the player going for the res and gets the second knock. Kalawi, by the way, has just deleted, I think that was somebody with the link, so picking up a couple of big kills for his side, but it's just Morns and Sneak Attack left alive. Pippa holding them from one edge, the rest of Noorg on the other, but both of these sides taking heavy casualties here.
Yeah, Pippa the last player up for his team, as he is trying his best to be the solo hero, but that grenade's going to do a bunch of damage, and now the double push is going to come through. Well, nicely done there by Giga, as Morns will take him down, but they are down to 2. The circle has moved away, and they'll have to make their way in now. Duel strike, fighting it off with STR. I mean, you see Dark Castle just playing that trench so nicely. But that's a good grenade from Mika. Will take him down.
Yeah, Penta is the only player up, though. He's going to go for that res instantly inside the smoke with Taysan, Pest Control, and STR in the vicinity. Still inside a mansion, you got a couple of teams as the per diem withholders brought the fight on over. The war's overpowered. Infinite on the edge of the walls, taking a ton of damage here already as Artun, the European, will close the gap on the other edge. But can Repo hold them back inside the building?
Slowing things down. I think that Molly didn't go exactly where he'd wanted to, but R2N gonna go down. Jam now the last player up, 28 HP, has to retreat back inside, but Overpowered knows he's damaged. Infinite gonna make the push by himself, gonna spot him out, take the spray, and he's gonna hit it. Nicely done by Infinite. Now up to 3 kills for himself, 4 for the squad.
The only problem for them is there's no recall stations nearby, as a great blue zone is going to get tossed on top of Taysan or Adana. He's going to fall to the blue as Taysan are eliminated. Duel picking up a couple more kills off the back of that one, but instantly Joshi, he was able to catch out Penta and Mika. STR with still Lippy and Dark Castle left alive. 34 players now with a bunch of them. And look at the position that Circle 9, I'm going to have to stop calling them C9 since you pointed that out, but Circle 9, they've got Guard and X Games all to themselves, but the problem for them, Poro, becomes what happens when the circle shifts away?
Well, they're doing a good job of clearing the space around them, if nothing else. See, Pasta Biceps, last player up for LMR, will be able to hide out here for now, but once Circle 9 decides to move, I imagine that's going to be the first place they go, knowing that it's just a solo hiding behind a vehicle here, while the forest is still hot. Got 3 teams in as Overpowered's making their way in. No way after taking that E-pick up. They've been raining terror inside the woods. Let's see if they can deal with OP. Let's see if they get a little luck here as well, but no, not at all. The shift is going to go all the way down south into the open field.
Yeah, in a pretty good spot here. STR the same with their little dug-in trench, but I think Pest Control probably coming out the best of that circle shift. Looks like Team Fate are going to make their move on the other edge as Squinzy's not able to make anything happen for BDE. They're going to get wiped. There's no way get kill number 3. Problem for them, Paro, is those vehicles that are in and around this area are completely trashed, and they got to move on foot from that E-pickup.
They do indeed. Unfortunately, they move through the trees, and honestly, it doesn't look like too many people are looking over here, but if they can actually take this fight over to OP, who have just taken a knock, but they took it from Giga. So I think No Way maybe realizing that that knock came through, but Infinite, again, Infinite in great position, spots out Gladiator, and that's going to put a pause on the No Way push.
Yeah, Infinite can get aggressive now, while maybe Varas can go for the res on the Repo here too, so he steps up to the fray. A little bit of more damage done over to Lopez is inside the smoke. The rest of No Way will try to regroup, so that's a good opportunity for Infinite to close the gap, see if he can confirm that kill out of Circle 9. Did kind of make a stand, but being held back brilliantly by Shane Doe and the BRDM.
I don't know how Posa survived that one. That was a great grenade from Shane Doe. The second one will do the job, though, as DraftKings and Posa will go down Shane Doe. Yeah, we're going to hover around here and make sure we finish off that knock. Meanwhile, Biel and Zakraken were left behind. I thought they would have sent it over towards Pasta Biceps, but instead they try to go down towards the south and they pay the price. Meanwhile, No Way. Oh no, there was no way they were getting through all that. Shush is going to take them out quickly.
Yeah, that's another team down. We're still not in the placement points though, as Phase 5 is about to become Phase 6. overpowered, need to get on the move. Giga sneak attack hits a great shot on the Bilu, but no instant res attempt, because I think Murillo realizes that they're probably going to get aggressive. But what a knock that was by Tavon. Turns his attention to sneak attack, he falls, and Giga are eliminated. 9 teams left alive now, and Bilu can regroup.
That's a nice little flank angle there from Tavon. Got to be careful though. Tater from Fate, last player left alive, so probably won't go loud just yet, but he is looking over in that direction. Looks like Bilu will be able to reset completely. Meanwhile, Shush is still 4 strong. They're inside zone, and after holding off No Way, I mean, you see what they're dealing with here. They have dug themselves in. They've got those foxholes. That is a dangerous, dangerous thing to push into, but they do kind of need a little bit of circle luck to go their way if they're going to continue holding this spot.
Tavon in the smoke now, just peeking to see if they can find Tater, who is going to get caught on out. He falls. Tavon's going to get knocked by Shinboy and Punage as he makes his way in and instantly flushed on the other end. The New Gen All-Stars picking up kill number 4 for them. We're in the placement points now. LMR will get rewarded as they get a point on the board at the very least. Stokely, the New Gen All-Stars, getting caught out by Karam way off in the distance for pest control. So he'll just throw off that smoke and allow him to regroup, get the health back up. But I still think that the New Gen All-Stars got to worry about what could happen to the north.
Yeah, I mean, it's all eyes over there, and they're just going to lay down smokes to kind of protect themselves from long-range shots from pest control over there on that western side. Meanwhile, STR, they're just going to keep their heads down, right? Dead center circle, inside dips. They're safe for now as Circle 9, Yell ends Kraken, do manage to make their way in, but they do have Shush right on the other side of that ridge line. OP is going to have to leave their compound here eventually as the blue is starting to creep up right behind them, but Shush is looking right at them. It's going to be a really tough push for them.
Yeah, nice little dip though for Stokely to play inside of if he can get there, as the New Gen All-Stars will take advantage of just all those nades and red zones that have created this open field cover for them alongside those Doritos. Karam just can't quite get the angle. The big thing for me, though, is STR's position is great. Overpowered, though, they're going to make their move. Backs against the blue, pushing in towards Shh. Now, can they make anything happen as Shinboy drops a big nade on the Murillo just in the off distance?
Shush is going loud now, and that's a good grenade for Kalnix. Takes down Infinite, and now it's all down Varus. Go for the res? Yeah, why not? Why not go for the res? But those smokes are starting to die down really quickly, and that blue zone is coming even faster. As yeah, creep ahead. No, he's gonna
run. No, he got backwards.
He's got the backwards.
He's got the jammer pack.
Got the jammer pack. Will at least be able to stay alive and deny the point, if nothing else. Yeah, that looks like to be the play, and that's pretty much all they can do, right? They were absolutely locked down by Shush. So 4 kills for Shush. Weren't able to make it 6 off of that one, and now they can turn their attention over towards the zone. You still see they've trenched themselves in. They've been hiding here for a long time, Gibson, and fortunately for them, the circle has kind of gone their way up until this point.
Yeah, and the thing is, nobody's really going to push that position without taking casualties from elsewhere, right? Because if you try push STR, the likes of Pest Control, New Gen All-Stars are going to shoot you. So at this moment in time, STR are basically allies with every other team inside the lobby. Kraken going to peek his head on up, and you peek your head up in a circle like this, it's going to get shut down. Stokely manages to find that angle, and that ain't good for C9.
It is not. Good thing about Stokely making the shot. It's actually Punage not forgetting about Bilu. We'll take out that last player. They're going to have to make a move now, though. And you see the vehicles. They do have cars, and it looks like those cars have tires. So they should at least have some opportunity. But how many smokes do they have left? They need to have enough to get them at least to where STR is, because that spot's looking pretty juicy. As Circle 9 will get eliminated. Nice grenade from Clazera.
Oh, they didn't even make it. They only made it as far as 7. But Pest Control, still led by Shane Doe and that BRDM, will continue to scout everything that's going. Actually, did he lose the B? He just went out of frame for half a second. I'm wondering, does he still have it in his tool bag? But we got 4 teams left alive. 4v4v4v2. You've still got the 2 players of STR in the middle of the circle, but that spot looking pretty good for New Gen All-Stars now. But the problem is, Paro, they don't have a lot of smokes to close that gap.
No, I think if we're looking at it right now, the way things are lined up, I think Pest Control should be in the lead for winning this game. Just because Shush and New Gen All-Stars are going to have to move. As you said, Utility's probably sitting a little bit low, and Pest Control is just in, I mean, they have everything. They have every angle. If New Gen sends it for the STR dips, which it looks like they're going to do right now, Pest Control is right there in position to drop those grenades. New Gen All-Stars will land right on top of Dark Castle. Dark Castle is ready to go, though. He's going to get one. Can he get two as well? The cars are just everywhere. Dark Castle will get another one before eventually going down, but New Gen All-Stars are down to just Choppy, and Shush now trying to take advantage of that confusion and make their way into the zone.
Yeah, Choppy's going to get the first aid kit off, and then he's going to try and get his teammates back on their feet. But as you can see, have used the opportunity to close the gap. Joshy on the south alongside Karam, and then Shane Doe split a little bit further than him. You got Hot and Spicy. So New Gen All-Stars somehow being allowed to regroup, and Karam is sprinting in the open, and you can see that nobody seems to have an angle on his position.
Just nothing, yeah. Nothing for them to look at. Shush, just slowly making their way through here. They do have vehicles, but they're just they're trying to make their way in a little bit closer, use those vehicles as cover for them to dig down holes. Yeah. While New Gen All-Stars are able to get Stokely back up, but they do lose Shinboy.
They're just turning those vehicles into like bunkers that you would have seen in World War II, right? You dig a hole, you use the gap between the bottom of the car as your kind of peek hole to see what's going on through the rest of the circle, and that's fine because since all of the nades or most of the nades have been utilized and most of the ammo for these players have been too, there's just nothing the teams can really do to clear the cars from those positions, so you're just hoping on the circle to do it for you.
I'm wondering if Pest Control is just really light on that offensive utility at this point, or maybe they're just trying to save whatever they do have for a little bit later in the game. Also, pretty viable option. Got eyes on Hot and Spicy here. That is a dirty flank angle that he's managed to pick up, but still just no vision on anybody from Shush here. So he'll kind of hold on to that as long as he can from that north side. See if he can maybe catch one of these players from Shush. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Just saw the teammate inside the back of that Dacia there, helping himself up to a couple of med kits and boosters. Hot and Spicy still has that Dorito alongside the UAS that he can use to keep the angle onto the players from Shh. But this is going to be a very, very slow Phase 8 into Phase 9. I'd be surprised if you see the kill feed really light up onto anybody other than Shh. But like that BRDM, without any ammo, without any nades, without any panzers, Shane Doe is just living his best life in the center of the circle, and there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Top 3 RDM. You love to see it. Well, Pest Control already up to 7 kills. They'd love to make that even more here, as it looks like Stokely still has a grenade in hand, but he's just waiting for the right time here, as Jimmy Guzman has one grenade. It's actually going to go all the way to Hot and Spicy. Does a lot of damage. Actually going to take his UAS away. So now Hot and Spicy will have to drop down on his belly. He's not going to be able to rejoin the team quickly, but there you go. Joshy does find the angle on Asante Hero.
Yeah, good shots the other way, though, forcing some of the Pest Control players back into the dip, and here come the New Gen All-Stars. Jimmy Guzman's going to get taken down by one nade. The second one should clear Sante Hero as the New Gen All-Stars stealing some of these points. That nade somehow not wiping Jimmy Guzman out, but Pest Control need to activate because so many of these points that should by right be theirs are now probably going to go to the New Gen All-Stars, so finally we'll see some counter offense from Shush.
All right. Few grenades left in the bag. We'll send it on over. It's going to roll down the hill. It's going to find Stokely, as Choppy now the last player left alive here for New Gen All-Stars. Pest Control will finish off Shush up to 9 kills, and they'll go ahead and wrap down and finish off New Gen to get the first win of the day here in Cup Week number 2.
20 points be massive for them. They, of course, played last week, so those 20 points have put them in a really good spot as far as qualifying for PAS as well. But that really came down to the vehicles at the end of the day, because they had the BRDM, they had nobody on their side of the circle, the game was theirs to be won, and they managed to get it over the line. A few nice clips here. That was a nice play by Pipa, but all credit has to go to Giga for somehow still winning that engagement.
Yeah, I mean, Pippa tried to do his best. Unfortunately, his team was not able to make their way down to rejoin him, so he ended up being by himself. As we see Dark Castle trying to take advantage of the chaos. Does manage to get a couple, but does go down in the end. New Gen All-Stars looking pretty good here in game number 1, making it all the way into the top 3. Actually, top 2, because I think, just goes down before they take down Choppy. So, well played there by Pest Control, though. That's a good way to start off your day with 20 points.
Yeah, a lot better from them. A lot better than last week for New Gen All-Stars as well, as they picked up a bunch of points. It's kind of the quietest we've seen the Circle 9, formerly 9/11 roster, because you think about them and they had 80 plus points over 5 maps. They kick off today with only 5. So slow by their standards, but still a healthy lead over the rest of the chasing pack. But a couple of our new welcomes, Team Fate, Boundary Esports, last minute roster, 1 point between the 3 of them on their first cup match.
That's not ideal, is it? But, it's the first match. Just getting your feet wet, trying to figure out exactly what the game's going to give you today. As we see, we've still got 4 games left to play, and I think we're sending it over to Miramar next. We are. So, the El Clasico on Miramar. Excited to see what the boys pull out on that one. Hopefully they don't get another wild circle like this, because we haven't seen a circle over there on the east, and it feels like forever, man.
That's you just calling it. It's going to happen next. And remember, if you are watching at home, you see a QR code in the bottom right of your screen. If you want to take part, scan that QR code, sign up for the scrims along with 3 of your best friends and try compete to take part inside of PAS. Before we jump into a quick break, I've seen some people asking if we're double dipping in shifts today, Paul. Well, of course we are. This is fun. This is what we live for, right?
Indeed we are. We're grinders, man. But I'm excited to see what the rest of these PAS Cup teams can pull out here with 4 more games remaining. A heck of a circle to start things off in those open fields, and you're getting to see that destructible terrain once again looming very, very large. So we'll see how the rest of the day treats us.
We will see is right. So we are going to jump into a quick break. Whenever we come back in about 10 minutes, we'll have Miramar. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
My moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I had a dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger. No name mags, the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, brawling, then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained to go. Now next up, ready for the throne. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone.
And we are about 10 minutes, exactly the time we said we would. It's funny, you'd nearly swear we knew in advance.
Hey, I like that.
Hey,
I like that. That's fun. Hey, what are we doing? Hey,
I think it's better when you do it than when an Irish person does it, right?
I don't know. I've been having a fun time hearing you try to struggle your way through saying cowboy.
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 We were cowboy.
There you go.
Nah, can't do that as cowboy.
Cowboy.
You got cows in the field. Well, that's
Anyway,
what you say in Ireland.
Not too many. Y'all got cowboys. Hey, he's not in this lobby though, so we should probably stop saying his name unless we say it too many times. We summon him like Candyman to take over the entire lobby. But Pest Control, 20 points off the first game. Not a bad way to start things off. New Gen All Stars and right behind them. With 15 and 12. So now that we are on Miramar, we'll see if they can keep that snowball rolling or if any of our teams that found themselves on that right side of the leaderboard after one game can turn the ship around in the dusty dunes.
Well, if anybody wants to realize you can do it on a map like Miramar or on the last map of the day, you know that it's that team called Geeky. Pretty good when it came to picking up a bunch of points in one game over the course of the last few days. But, Paro, I think there's one of the things I like about the cups is you get to have a wee chat every once in a while through it.
I love a wee chat.
A wee chat. Patch notes. RPD is coming in to PUBG. Yeah, the RPD. Don't know what it stands for, but it's LMG.
Oh, so
Old
RPK.
school one. Yeah, but it's called the RPD on the patch notes, so we're going to use RPD. What are your thoughts on a 7.62 110 round LMG that seems to shred vehicles coming into the game next week?
I mean, vehicle shred is one thing. Like, I'm sure that's great. That's going to be a nice addition for people that are trying to shred BRDMs. But I'm interested to see what how it is in just like, because it feels like LMGs are really starting to see a come up in comp play right now. Like, you're seeing everybody rolling M249s. Like, if they find one, they're rolling it for the rest of the game. And so adding another one in, especially a 7.62 one, seems like it could be pretty OP. But we'll see what the spread is like. We'll see what the recoil is like. I'm very curious to see how it's going to hit right on launch, because if it's OP to start off and we have to wait a patch to get adjustments done, it might be one of those things where it's because I mean, look, we had the dinner plate for the longest time and nobody used it.
That was sad, but I think the big problem, right, and I think it's the risk reward with an 7.62 LMG is just the weight, the space that 7.62 rounds take up when you compare them to some other guns. So,
and you'd rather have that for grenades.
Yeah. So we'll see if it works out to be something really useful as the kind of stage progresses, the season progresses. But I, for one, am excited. I'm a big fan of the RPK, the RPD, so it should be a fun addition. You know what else would be a fun addition? Hey, San. It'd be a nice little team to watch, even if things haven't gone their way 90% of the time.
Yeah, kind of hard to call them a fun addition when they're kind of sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard right now.
They're playing PUBG at the regional level on the main PUBG channel, getting casted by Paro. How could they not be having fun?
You know what? That's fair. And and who am I? Who am I to say? But no, look, man. I hope that they find they learn some stuff with every game that passes. They get a little bit better, start getting a little bit more comfortable. They got a great zone in this one, so we'll see where they decide to play it from here as we check out the boys from Shush over there in Impala. Long way away from the zone, but they've got a route all the way on the south side. If they want to take it, they could cut in. If they cut through north through Los Leones, they might run into some trouble. So hopefully they'll just play the coastline here.
Yeah, and a few teams that do have good spots, like we spoke about Taysan, but Pest Control inside of Chumacera, they've got a great spot in the circle. I think No Way should have a pretty nice rotate as they make their sway in. But one for me is Zenny from Fate, as we watch New Gen All-Stars just squeeze their way past Squinsy from Boundary. They're going to send Zenny to the sky as they leave Los Leones. The rest of the team is already rotated. So I feel like Zenny is just going to be that UAV. You know, get to the sky, see if you can spot vehicles outside compounds to get an idea of the lay of the land.
Oh my God, Infinite's kind of on one so far here today for OP as they manage to catch Scam in the middle of their rotation. Bizzler, usually see him hit more of those. Now he's getting spotted out by Repo, and he's going to have to make his way around. No, it's 22. We'll take him down. And now Jam kind of all by himself off in the distance as Scam gets kind of caught up here by, I don't know if this was a camp per se or if this is just unfortunate timing.
I think it's a bit of both, but for me, like Scam, for the players that they have, players like Gats, like Bizzler, should be doing so much better through the first few maps that they played this week and last. Bizzler will get confirmed out now. They're going to hunt down to see where Jam is going to be. He's trying to wrap his way around the wall, but does he know that Repo is on the side? Because it seems like Repo has a pretty good idea of where Jam is.
Yeah, and Jam's being locked down from range too, and yeah, this is just a full-on pull, but he's gonna spot Infinite, not able to get there. And now Repo trying to play the wall. Jam knows though, and he's gonna spot him out, but nice spray from It's 22 will take him out on the drive-by. Overpowered, just collapsing down here on Scam, making sure that they take all these boys out, but we'll see if they are to in. Do something here. That Bolty, come on, hit it, no.
Stay alive. Stay alive. Maybe confirm
that's an
out
easy
this kill.
grenade.
Come on.
That's
land
an
it.
easy spray. Maybe getting a little bit ambitious there for OP. Not knowing where this last player was. They did smoke it off, but just had no idea how close he was. So well done there by ADR2N. Gets at least a little something here for per diem. I wonder if he was able to pick up any of those blue chips as well.
Yeah. I think it's Artoon. At least that's what we were calling it back when whenever I casted him in Europe like 6 years, 4 or 5 years ago. So I will get a line. I think it's R2, but if you want to go for R2N, I'll go for that too.
Hey, I don't know anything. I'm a simple man. I see numbers and letters. I say the numbers and letters. If it's R2, it's R2, and I'm down with it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, Circle 9 find themselves involved in a little scrap early on here with LMR. Both of them eating Blue Zone. I doubt that either team really wanted this, but it might have been forced upon them.
Apparently, it's Aaron. There you
Aaron.
go.
Okay.
You learn something new every day.
It's Aaron Bruh. Okay, thanks, Bruh. I appreciate it. I definitely was able to pick up Aaron from AR2N. It's Bruh. Appreciate you. No, I'm just kidding, man. Thanks for letting us know. All right, it's Aaron. As we see Posa, the rest of the Circle 9 boys trying to figure out if they can take out Tiska and do it without losing anybody else. I'm sorry,
Why is it
guys.
so-
I can be aggressive.
Why is it so many of these? Since that correction, now so many of these player names just don't seem like words anymore. When I look at them, like Tiska. Like,
Look,
I mean,
I like well, that's the other thing about cups, right? Is like I get to see new names that I have never seen before, and I get to sit there and try to figure out how to say them. Like, who's the guy that has their name in reverse? I still have no idea how to say Onai Tavon. I've just been calling him Tavon because that's the easiest thing I can figure out how to muster. Like,
Tavon is his name.
His name's probably like Steve or something like that. Oh, what are you saying, man? This is obviously the way you're supposed to pronounce it. I don't know.
no,
man.
it is Tavon.
I'm a boomer. What do you want?
I got him on X. He is Tavon, so I got good news for you there. That one's always been right.
Tayson's got Panadero, but it's backwards. I had to look at it for 5 seconds before giving that out. Tiska will take down BL, but will get traded off in the end. Nicely done there. As the Kraken should be able to get the heal off, and Circle 9 will make that long rotation back into the zone, which has now gone even farther away from them. Gibson, Partona still in play.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait to find out that I-26V6 is like Ivan or something.
Yeah.
Completely throw everybody for a loop.
I wouldn't be surprised, man. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Oh, Ivan the Korean.
Like, I give people nicknames anyway, just because it's fun for me. Like it's a little joy I get in my life, which I don't get a lot of those. But so like if I see somebody that has like a really long name, I'm just gonna probably call you something short because it's just easier to cast anyway. If you're doing something exciting in the moment, I'm just gonna call you Shane. I'm just gonna call you Hot and Spicy's pretty easy to say, right?
Yeah. And Joshy's pretty easy too. I think we're
Joshy
team.
taking it easy on us. Joshy and Karen taking it easy on us.
I think we're the wrong team for short names. And I see people asking, how do you attend in this if you got the potential? Well, if you have the potential and you have the drive and you have the power, that code that Poro just pointed on your screen right now.
Boom.
If you have a cellular mobile device and you scan that code, you can sign up and 4 of your friends can take part in the scrims. And obviously the best teams from scrims will then be able to play in next week's event. That's the joy, right? You can sign up today, and if things go well, you're playing in this next week.
Absolutely. And you got 3 weeks still left to go to fight your way into PAS for even more prize money. As we check in with Kaibutsu and those Taizan boys. Remember, they were one of our first teams in this zone. They had their option about where to play. They've taken this high ground, and they've now gotten themselves surrounded. Infinite with the Pissy. Going to be taking shots over towards Bizzler, and oh, there you go. 22 with the backup right on time as OP able to get that full reset after that early fight.
Yeah, I think those players both came back from the drop, so we got Bizzler back after his blue chip, and it was a pistol fight against not much, so not really much the Bizzler could do. Giga got themselves up on this hill with Morans and Sneak Attack playing together like they so often do. They've got great sight lines down towards the south, and well, Poro, do you know what they can see down towards the south?
What do they say?
Nothing. There's only one player on the other side of that bridge line, so you can't see too much other than maybe Gladiator, so maybe it'll work out for a little bit more for them later on.
Oh man, I was hoping we get a troll circle going down to the south, but not gonna happen. Instead, it will center up on absolutely nothing. Shush actually in a pretty decent position. Taizan did they were holding the high hill, but I think they kind of started getting the idea that it was getting a little hot around them on all sides, so instead decided to go back to the compound. And we'll see if they get a little circle luck as we see Stokely rejoining those New Gen All-Stars along with Poonage.
Yeah, I'm going to put something in your head, by the way. Stokely
fantastic.
Just makes me,
Love that.
It makes me think of Ned Flanders, Stokely Dokely. There you go.
Stokely Dokely. It makes me think of Stoke City.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that you like to watch your football.
Yeah. Look, I'm a sports, traditional and electronic addict. That's pretty much the only thing I got going on in my life, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's a very boring life. But if you need hot thoughts on fantasy football, I got you.
Man supports Everton along with Toffee, so I don't know how much you can respect the opinion. Well,
hey, man.
At least one thing's for sure. At least we know you're loyal, because despite all the bad times, you're still there.
Hey, it's Everton, it's the Saints, it's the Mavericks, like everything. Basically, every team that I support just has horrible things happen to them. So we'll see.
Which North American team is your favorite?
See, I knew you were going to ask, and I'm just going to say all of them, which is why NA has
that explains
so
a lot. you gotta pick one, so at least one has a chance.
It all comes back to me. All right. Well, STK is my favorite team of all time. Clearly, I got the shirt. Well, Hot and Spicy does get this knock and should secure that point for pest control. Yep. Boop, boop, boop. Goodbye, Mr. Poonage. And pest control now down to 3, and they are actually, no, they still got 4 up there. It's very wide split. I mean, look at the entire northern side of the circle. They have angles on just about everything as Vinny will take a few more shots. Oh, Geezer will be the one that does, and that's going to do it for Boundary as they will go out in 15th.
Gotta say, though, that soft top on the coupe really does have some great bulletproof ability for him as he rotated into the circle, but unfortunately for him, the damage dealt to the vehicle blew it up when he was in no man's land in the open, so no org they'll be able to rotate their way in as Kraken actually caught out Shindo.
Yeah, this is the problem. With running that big wide split is if you take a knock, you're most likely going to get flushed out. No Way, meanwhile, taking the fight over to OP, and OP is kind of coming out the loser of it so far. Nicely played here by No Way, as they have not taken a knock just yet. They will lose a vehicle for their troubles, but they will hold the line there on that western side, and OP is going to have to keep sending it down towards the south. It's just down to Infinite in 22 centimeters.
Yeah, somebody tried to like compare themselves to you, Paul, by saying they were a Crystal Palace fan and they have suffered. They've won trophies in the last few years. There's no suffering going on there.
Like I just want us to get it right back. That's all. That's it. And I also want to have a striker that looks like he's actually run before, and it's not an alien trying to run for the first time ever. I'm sorry, Beto just looks so ridiculous anytime he tries to run. Well, looks like OP, yeah, they're pretty much donezo. Stokely, actually from the blue, is going to be stealing those ones away. So nicely done there, salvaging a few points as 22. We'll try to get a little bit farther, but yeah, I mean, Giga has just got him pinned down. Yeah, Frustick will take that one away. And now they'll turn their attention over to Mr. Stokely as the circle has moved away.
Yeah, circle's moved away, and well, Bilu find themselves as far from the blue as you could potentially be. Center circle for them, recall station available if somebody gets knocked, so I'm pretty happy if I'm a Bilu fan right now. On the hills, though, Taysan have been there for, I'm going to say, 14 minutes at this point. Haven't been there for quite a long time as well, but you look at C9, you look at Scam, Fate, all these teams now need to phase their way in, and all the points of entry are really heavily guarded right now.
Yeah, and the thing that makes this one a little bit weirder too is like we've seen this circle before and we see it quite a bit, but it's not often that you see it shifting to here from the west, right? So Duel is the only team on that southeastern hill that we usually see a lot of fights going on up there, but they have just kind of complete control. So very interested to see what Duel can pull off from this position. NRG as well, as all these teams are going to be forced right on top of each other here on the western side. Darkcast is going to get that knock onto Tim Fee. It's going to get stolen away by Kalnix as STR is scrapping on the hillside. They'll spot out Tater. STR down to 3, or only 3 playing so far, but still managing to collect some points here.
Yeah, this is what we were speaking about earlier. Every point of access into this circle is being guarded heavily, so a lot of these teams are battling now before the edge to try and get as many points on the board as they possibly can. Nades being thrown to No Way as Circle 9 look to take advantage, and that's a great nade from DraftKings. He picks up one, but as soon as you're done with that fight, you gotta focus on the fact that Pest Control are now trying to lock you out.
Yeah, Cloud9, Circle 9 has been biding their time coming in from this northern side. They've been coming in with the blue, which back in the day, super viable strategy, and you usually would find teams collecting a lot of points on it. But given all the changes that we've had in 2026, this strategy of coming in with the blue a lot more difficult to pull off these days, considering how long these fights on the edge can take, given the destructible terrain and everything. Frustic down to 1 HP. He's got enough time to throw a grenade though, and he's gonna get 2. And Team STR, just like that, will go down. Well played there by Frustic.
Yeah, the font in that STR logo along with the colors looking a little bit familiar when we're talking about Circle 9 being in the lobby as well. So we got a couple of sneaky teams in there. And look, I'm only going to allow you the C9 slip because I called anyone's legend all gamers a few times over the last few days as well. You know, sometimes you get something in your head and it's so hard to get it out.
It's tough, man. It happens. It happens. But Circle 9 still playing from that northern side. You see DraftKings getting that knock on a Josh. He's going to get stolen away by Benya. And this is the problem for C9, is that they've got no org that has this high ground and vision on them from all the way across. And they've actually also sent Vinny up here to be kind of a bulldog and see if he can maybe spot out Kraken, get a little bit closer. Kraken has no idea he's here. He'll take a few shots over there. Fortunately for them, Morns will land a nasty headshot on him and take him down.
Yeah, Morn's landing those shots. DraftKings doing the same. Maybe maybe Circle 9 could rename themselves next week and maybe call them B United. You know, like because they're all Brazilian. Maybe the week after that they could be dignitaries instead of you know they want to keep that theme up.
You're giving them ideas, man. This is IP. Who knows? I don't know how IP works in esports open qualifiers, but it definitely confuses me. But looks like they're going to actually go for the res here. DraftKings is already there. That grenade's going to fall well short, but that's going to let them know that there is a squad that is right on their doorstep. So Kraken, we'll see if he has time to hit that heal as the grenade's just not landing the way they need to. Kraken will hop into that vehicle, try to go ahead for the reposition, or does he even do it? He might stay up there just to be that flanker.
Yeah, the funny thing about those nades are pre the way that the grades impacted the ground, those nades would have rolled far enough to get the knock, but every time one landed short, it created a bigger dip for the following nades to roll back on into, so really that didn't work for no org whatsoever. Circle 9, smoke walling their way in towards Bilu. They've cleared one of the teams that were in their way. Now maybe they could focus on Bilu, who hold a center. No org might try to get the angle though, because they do have the high ground on where Circle 9 are trying to rotate into. It's all kind of kicking off here in the north, and you just kind of wonder at what point does like Duel and Bilu get really bored.
I mean, Bilu, they're just going to stay in their compound, right? Tazon will stay in their compound as long as they can. Duel's going to do the same as no org. Oh man, they are in trouble. And this is actually, I mean, it's mostly Giga that's taking shots from long range, but now Circle 9 has a little bit of an angle as well. Looks like NRG just going to try to roll down the hill. Biel will land another shot, though, from range. NRG try to drop the smoke down, but you see the blue, it has arrived. It is going to be tickling their toes, and this is late game blue. Nope, it's going to stop. Never mind.
Yeah. I enjoyed them playing favorites there, though. You know, pick up Vinny, but leave Peepa there to die, even though you had time to pick him up. Nice to see that there's favorites on no org.
You never know. You never know who you can save. You don't want to be in that position. So many movies have been made about that. You don't have the guts to make that call. I think the last one, the one that immediately comes to mind, and it's as sad for me, is Jason Statham's character in The Meg. But I've seen the Meg like 50 times. I don't know, dude. I love monster movies. That's like my favorite thing. But hey, I understand. I realize that this is a me problem, guys, not a y'all problem.
Yeah, sure. Look, we're in a game now where you can make holes like what there are in Tremors. So you've got that.
There you go. Well,
Is that
Circle
the
9
second Tremors reference on the PUBG main channel in the last 3 days.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Well, Circle 9 up to 9 kills for themselves. So despite what was a little bit of a slow start in game number 1, it seems like they're finding their footing here in game number 2, despite having to kind of chase the circles around here. Bilo will knock that Giga player down. Ooh, nice grenade there from Jimmy Guzman. Will take down Sneak Attack. And now Morns and Frustic know that they've got company right on their doorstep. Morns is going to go down. Frustic, now the last player left alive, will try to keep those smokes cycling, but Shush is not going to let that happen. Clausera immediately pushing through with that M249 in hand. He's going to go down, though, as Frustic will take him out. And the rest of Shush, actually, Santa Hero going to get taken out as well. So Jimmy Guzman only alive via the smokes right now.
Yeah, but Jimmy Guzman knows. Like, that guy, he knows what to do and how to survive. But I was just impressed by how the smoke explosion of the M79 and the nade went off at the exact same time, and it made it look like it was a launcher that was sent on up there. Bilu, finally, welcome to the game. They've been holding this compound for a long, long time. Finally, they'll get to use some of those rounds and bits of utility that they've been saving for oh so long. Duel came down the hill, managed to keep all 4 bodies alive as they made it in towards those taters. Taysan, though, this should be fish in a barrel, and somehow they managed to get down the hill for now.
Well, I wanted to shout out Taysan. Like, they've been sitting in this compound for a long time, but they heard what was going on uphill, sent 2 over there to try to capitalize, and they did manage to get at least 1 point off of it. So trying to be aggressive, playing from that compound, not waiting until the last second. I mean, Bilu, that's kind of the only thing they can really do from their compound. The second they try to leave, Duel is just going to light them up. C9 is going to light them up. We'll see what the circle decides to do here. And hopefully for Bilu, they've got some vehicles. Yeah, you see some just on the wall right there. So they've got at least an escape option, although it might not be the best. That circle, great for Duel. And it's actually not too bad for Bilu.
Yeah, again, Bilu not really in the blue yet once more, so their name's not living up to it. I think Bilu actually means UFO, by the way. It's something along those lines. Remember finding that out last year. Oh. But keep an eye on Taysan, and the guys from Circle 9 now, because all those teams need to force it in. It looks like Jimmy Guzman is going to be the first one to make the play for the shack, but with a molly and a nade in hand, that just could be a crypt for him now.
Yeah, I mean, BL just saw him roll right in there, and that should be pretty easy flush, and it will be, as old Jimbo will go down, and that's going to be the 10th kill now picked up for C9, but they have to fight their way into the zone. Duel kind of looking over in their direction as BL. Looks like this valley might stretch down far enough to where they have a place to play here, and they can always still play around this shack.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they'll do. We'll see Taysan are getting ready to move now as they get everybody in those vehicles, just pushing them closer and closer to the circle. And you'd have to imagine that the push is probably going to be to Duel, right?
Yeah.
Play on the edge. I think they've got... Is there a bit of a plateau they can park on for another minute or so? But I think that they're going to consider moving it down. But you need a knock. Like, if you want to push Duel, you kind of have to get a knock first, or else you're going to be basically 2 players without guns going down that hill.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason that they sent Kabutsu over there, is to try to get him within grenade range, if nothing else, as Panadero takes shots through the smokes. Meanwhile, I like what Bilu does, getting a little bit of a position there inside the zone, outside of the compound. But Duel, it looks like, is trying to commit after getting that knock on a Kaibutsu. They're going to try to get a little bit closer with these utility, but they have to be aware of C9 from uphill. Looking over in that direction just to make sure they're safe to keep pushing.
Look at how big that trench that Bronco is in, by the way. They have dug that thing down as deep
massive
as it can go. And this is the thing, you were talking about sending a player out to get within nade distance of Duel. Well, it works both ways. Mika was able to get that nade. That slows down the push for Taysan even more. And now that they eventually do get on the move, the rest of Bilu have got a great angle because they have taken up ground in the center of the circle as well. And here comes Circle 9, realizing the middle could be a problem. They're pushing for those points over on the edge.
Yeah, I really like this from Circle 9. Is Vinny going to get the knock on his rise? And Nico should be able to get Kaibutsu back up, but he's immediately going to go back down to that Molotov. As C9, he will keep playing around that smoke, but it looks like Bilu now has angles on him, so they can't be as aggressive as they would like. More flames, fire and flames just everywhere. As Rise will go down, Kaibutsu will get back on his feet, and somehow Taysan's still alive in this one.
Yeah, Taysan, though, they've got no vehicles. They're on the edge of the circle. They've got to move pretty soon. I think they've got, is that one Murado that might be drivable? But again, it's not got optimum kind of position to get on the move early. Tavon, he's got an angle on the Mika. He gets a knock on to BL, but he's going to get caught out on the other side. Wooly sends that Panzerfaust over, and now Murillo is going to try smoke things out for now, getting very tense inside this Circle 8.
That's a nice Panzer from Wooly. As Tavon, we'll see if he's actually able to be brought back up. It doesn't look like Bilu is making any hard pushes, but you see how hard Duel is stuck in here right now. DraftKings, the last player left alive for C9. We'll probably wait this out as long as possible. See if he can... I think he's just waiting to see if he can wait out Tazon. As the shots will come through, but the blue has arrived. Tazon can't afford to just sit around here and stare at him. They've got to make moves, and DraftKings immediately pops up, gets the double, as Tazon was not expecting the repeak. Well played there by DraftKings, but Kai Butza will get him in the end, and immediately he gets traded down by Vinny. So now it's down to just Duel and Bilu, a fight in the open field.
That's the first time I've ever seen the Chevron crosshair used ever by anybody in PUBG. And that player will fall. Duel and Bilu 4-4 for both teams. Let's see who can take advantage. The center point will suit the members of Bilu. It's going to come down to utility and Frogman. He has one. Let's see if he can hop it on in there with a skip. And Vinny, he's going to land that first one on the Wooly, and trouble for Duel.
Big trouble for Duel as now Mika might be in trouble. Manages to creep out of the hole just enough to survive, but Murillo will spot him out. And now Balefrost is down as well. Pentalo, the last player left alive. Bilu just collapsing on top of this. Super well played by them. And they get a nice little stack of kills to go along with their compound that they were able to sit in for forever. And that is a nice win there for Bilu.
1996 on the thing there. They're nearly as old as me, if that's what they're kind of hitting with that one. But Bilu take the win. I'm going to tell you a funny story, Paro.
I love funny stories.
So remember Vinny played for 22 Esports back in the day?
Sure did.
I was in the airport 2 weeks ago, going through Wi-Fi, and 22 Esports Wi-Fi came up on my like list of available join. The guy who owned 22 Esports was in the airport, in the same lounge in the airport in Ireland as me. What are the odds of that?
What are the odds? That is a hilarious story, and I'm so glad.
Isn't it? It's so funny. Well, to be honest, if somebody ever says, I'm going to tell you a funny story or a fun fact,
how often
9 times
is it
out of
ever
10,
funny?
Never.
Never.
It never is.
It's never funny. What was funny was, I mean, look, again, and this is the way this game played out. All has to do with the way those circles shifted from west to east, right? And it made all of these teams basically have to fight each other in these mountains. And when you throw in that addition of the destructible terrain, like, you saw how difficult those fights can be there at the end. And I gotta say, man, I am shocked at how efficiently Bilu just dispatched with Duel there at the end. Like, Duel, I don't think they had a whole lot of utility left in the bag to really offer in return. And Bilu had just been sitting in that compound forever, so they definitely had the lion's share of util to lead with, but they actually were hitting it, and that's something that you don't often see.
Well, think about the damage that was being done onto Duel as well. Like, the helmets weren't great, Nick. The vests had taken a beating. Bilu were in a compound for at least six zones, so when they came out of it, they were all the utility they could ask for. They still had. They had perfect gear. It was really just set up for success. The thing that impressed me most was that they didn't rush. Like, if you're getting 10 kills and 10 place points, it actually reminds me of the way that, you know, the old EU roster would have picked up a lot of points. Get center circle, play the circles, and then get the kills at the end of the game. 20 points for them puts them on top now with 27, just ahead of Pest Control and Circle 9, though. I think they got 12 kills in that one, Paro.
Yeah, nice little stack of kills for them as they start finding their footing there in game number 2. Bilu actually had a pretty good week last week too, didn't they? I think they finished third overall, behind Circle 9 and Duel. Circle 9 obviously just had a field day last week. Looks like it's a little bit more spread out this time around, so we're seeing a little bit more parity in the lobby here, as it's still the same teams kind of fighting at the top. But this time, Pest Control kind of finding their way around here too.
Yeah, Pest Control, 23 points. Look, these teams, it's big picture. Yes, it'd be nice to win on the week, but the whole point is to finish top, or at least in the best spots to get yourself into that final whenever we get to the playoffs for PAS in, I think, 5 weeks, well, actually 4 weeks time from now. But Poro, before we kind of close out that chapter on Miramar, any thoughts on what you've seen so far tonight?
No, I mean it's been a lot of fun so far. It's been some wild games. The circle shifts have kind of really dictated what we've seen, but they've managed to keep it pretty civil in the early game, to be fair, and we've seen kind of a pretty high player count in the lobby coming towards those mid-late game circles. So we'll see if that maintains throughout the rest of the day. Now that we are heading over towards Tego, it'll be interesting to see if that remains the case.
Yeah, long may it continue. We're going to jump into a quick break, and when we come back, we'll change the scenery once more. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
I can handle anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for limited times, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and outgame menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tego, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
This my moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I did dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mags, the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, ballin', then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained to go. Now next up, ready for the throne. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone.
It is game time. Tego taking us off here for game number 3, starting the flight over on the eastern side and finishing up on the northwest. And if your drop spot's not on the flight path, you can exit early on the left, on the right, and at the back of the plane. Did I get that right? I was doing the hand signals when I was doing it anyway, Paro.
I mean, yeah, I feel informed.
Yeah.
Letting me know that if the thing does go down, if and when the thing does go down, I can just put my head in between my knees, which apparently they think people can actually do.
Yeah. When's the last time you actually paid attention to the safety instructions that were given to you on the flight?
I'm usually, as soon as I get in my seat, I put in the noise canceling headphones, throw something on, and I just try to pretend like I'm asleep, and so that people don't bother me.
We went on like a big family holiday a few years ago. We took my dad to the US for the first time. He fell asleep on the runway before we departed for the US. The plane got delayed on the ground for like an hour and a half. When we were taking off, that was my dad woke up thinking that was us landing, not realizing the flight had only started.
God, that would be brutal. I'd be so pissed off. I'd be so mad. Ugh.
The best story
I don't know if I could ever recover from that, to be honest.
Yeah, the best story I heard was from a caster on their way over to Korea for an event, and they fell asleep sitting down in business class, and when they woke up, the seat was lie flat, and they were tucked in, and their seatbelt was on, so one of the air hostesses tucked him in when he was sleeping.
I'm telling you, man, one day I might actually get to fly business and learn how the other half lives. Oh, Slabby.
Not enough rounds.
That feels so bad. That feels so bad. Well, what can you do? You tried.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. Nah, yeah, let's just get out of here.
He's got 17 rounds left, and he's getting hunted here. Because here's the thing, right? If you're the other team, you know Gladiator's not looted. You know Slabby doesn't have many rounds left in reserve. I would hunt this, especially when Zenny's on the team. Nailed it.
Easy. I think that's, no, that was 100% the call. Like, let's not go over the top of this hill. We don't know what's waiting for us over there. Let's go ahead and get back to our looting. And probably the right call, because Lopez was sitting there and ready to go with that barrel and DMR in hand. So no harm, no foul. No way and fate will separate from each other. Pest Control's over here as well over at airport, but they're still completely focused in on looting.
Yeah, that new scope, though, that was added a few months back, it's so clean. Man, I love the reticle on it. It's a great one. Taysan, they lost the player in the early stages as well, but they're going to try and get some revenge as Kai Butsu will look to bring the thunder to its 22. He's holding the angle on that blue fence. Spots out Rise on the side. The first few shots, Varus certainly didn't miss Kaibatsu with a bumper in 22. We'll get it the next time of asking Taysan after what was a very good last map. Struggling now, but that is a good nade.
Okay, Infinite. There you go. Clean it up. Very well done there from Overpowered. I gotta tell you, man, Overpowered has looked pretty good today so far. They look aggressive. They're winning fights. It's not showing up on the leaderboard just yet, but I feel like if they keep this going, there's every chance that it should pay off in their favor as the day continues.
Yeah, well, they're only one good game off a top spot when you think about it on 14 points now with 4 more kills, so things going pretty well for them on their first day of the Cups this year. So here's hoping they can continue it. like we've seen some of those play. Like I remember casting players like Varus before, Infinite. They have a bit of talent. It's just knowing what fights you're not going to win, right? You got to know your limitations. You can win fights like that, but if you're taking on like Circle 9 in the open, you're not winning that one.
Well, it's also just having that stopwatch in your head too, right? Like knowing like, and a lot of teams struggle with that. Top teams can struggle with that sometimes, especially in 2026 PUBG with the destructible terrain and faster circles, and just the way everything works out now. The time that you can have to really devote to just sticking around for a fight is way less than I feel like it used to be, because you're way more likely to get third and fourth partied, especially if you're inside zone, if it's kind of mid game, right? So I think a lot of these teams just it's getting that sense of timing of how long you really realistically have to take a fight before you have to worry about somebody coming up and ruining your day.
Yeah, and you saw it earlier as well, I suppose, with that chase that we had from Team Fate, where they followed for so long, and maybe it wasn't just the timing, but it was that ridge line was a bit like, yeah, I've seen enough. You called it at the time. Turn tail, get out of there. No point risking the whole team for 1 or 2 points. You got Kalawi here, not too far away, as, oh no, Pest Control's Karam's going to get picked up by Slabby. No way. We'll say thank you very much for that part. A lot of teams losing players out on rotation early here on Tego. That's 5 players dead now through the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. The rest of the squad was still kind of getting in vehicles, making their way out of airport. Karen was just the front person, the front man, trying to see where the next place they're going to go is, as now Circle 9 has spotted out Solo from Giga. Oh my goodness, Biel. That's good shooting from him. We'll take down Kalawi in the end. As Kraken 6 HP. Yeah, go ahead and finish that one off. Get your point, son. And now they'll turn their attention over towards the rest of Giga. But this is what I'm talking about, especially on Tego with these high hills and this destructible terrain. Those tops of those hills are just murder traps, it feels like.
Yeah, I think the longer the game goes on, the worse and worse it gets, as teams will start digging more and more little holes, creating little spots that they can hide in and step on up on. And customers, like, you can look at this landscape from here, no matter what perspective you're in, and you're not going to see some of those holes until you're right on top of them. And the problem is,
no idea.
Yeah, that player knows you're coming.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think Circle 9 realizes that, right? Like, they get that free point off of the Kraken, and now it's just kind of like, okay, well, maybe if we see somebody off in the distance, but they're not going to make that full commit to push up that hill because they have no idea what's waiting for them if they get up to the top. So good to see them kind of pull away from that as we check back in with No Way after picking off that solo player from Pest Control. They're going to wrap all the way down to the south. And look at Scam. It's a bridge camp for Fate.
Yeah, why not? Set yourself up. Fate are going to come across. Let's see if they can escape the Fate now, though, as they wrap their way over. Aaron is going to let the first player go past. Jam then sets off the ring of fire on the Timfy. And now will the rest of the players follow suit? I think that they thought they had Timfy dead the rights, and now they might not get anything at all. This could actually cost them by firing on the Timfy early.
Yeah, that was, I don't think they wanted to. I mean, you saw, what are we calling him, Aaron? Aaron, yeah. Aaron. You saw Aaron just not even look at him. Like, he sees, you never shoot at the first guy, right? You always try to shoot at the middle guys, or the two-man vehicle. But Timfy drove right at their duo that was inside the dip, and they felt like they had to jump up and take those shots. And now Aaron's kind of in no man's land, as Zenny has the side angle. Nice shots, and he will take him down. Good shots there from Zenny.
Yeah, managing to get another knock, though, but this here has probably been one of the most unsuccessful bridge camps we've seen in a long time. The blue zone will confirm a bunch of those kills. He's not able to get the res, but he should be able to pick up those blue chips on the way in. But Fate took full advantage. Gats is fleeing. That was not what you'd like. And again, Jam, Bizzler, Gats, and Aaron, all of these players have tons of experience. Like, mechanically, very gifted players. I would expect more from a roster like that.
That was just, I think, a really unfortunate situation for them.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think they wanted to let Timfy breeze through, but as soon as he started driving right towards the duo, they felt like they had to pop up, and they weren't able to take him down easily or quickly. and as a result, like Tim Fee, just by being alive, forced them to kind of have to pay attention to him, and they didn't see the flank coming in from Zenny. They didn't see the response that came out from Fate. So just unfortunate situation all the way around there, as we see Circle 9 trying to finish off STR. Biel has gone down. Kraken going to try to make his way in, but Jibs will get the knock. And now Draft King and Posa, the last two left alive.
I like the cut of his Jibs as he's able to get another one on the board, but Posa's nade is perfect, and STR have just got Dark Castle left standing, and let's see how well he can fortify his position. Well, not too well at all. Circle 9 pick up the kills. They lost Kraken. They got BL back on their feet, but I think they don't have a lot of time to regroup because I think Giga were considering third party in the action, and they might yet still do it.
Yeah, I feel like that sucks for STR. That's not of all the teams to run into. Like, I feel like they've been looking pretty decent today. Unfortunately, they just happen to run into the team that's looking really strong in Circle 9 as Tim Fee will try to breeze through Gats and the rest of Scam. Actually, the rest of Scam's not even there. Never mind. They've been mostly taken out. So Gats, that last player, looks like Fate is trying to hunt him down. Does spot out. Oh, nice grenade. Will take down Gats, and that's going to do it for Scam. But Shane Doe will spot Tim Fee as the fight in the Northeast. All these teams wondering why the other one is still there.
Yeah, the blue zone's involved as well. Phase 2 doing a little bit of damage to these players. But Pest Control, you pull up onto their turf and they're going to pick up some points off you. Looks like Flanker might attempt to go for that res on the Tater and kind of move on and get ahead of the members of Pest Control. Tim Fee will bleed out. But I don't know, like, do Pest Control have the timing? It looks like the res has now occurred, and it'll be back up to a 3 versus 2 fight if they get there.
It's really interesting for Pest Control because, remember, they looted up an airport and were heading down south, but then they lose Karam. And after losing Karam, they kind of stuck around and waited, assuming that they were being camped, and that's kind of what led them into Fate and into Scam. So just a butterfly flapping its wings on one side of the map leads to them being in a place that nobody else was expecting here as we check in with Shush. And the rest of OP now starting to make their way over here. Infinite is down and flushed, but OP looks like they still want to be aggressive and still want to take this fight.
Yeah, 3 players up. Santa Hero throws the nade to 22 centimeters, but he is only going to take a little bit of damage off the back of that one. Looking to silence the game for Overpowered, who've been pretty good so far. Ooh. Santa is going to get caught out by Varus. A little bit of damage done, but he's caught on the other side. Picture in picture here. It's almost like we're back on NFL Sunday here as we watch the bottom corner as the angle's being held by no org. But I think that Overpowered, they need to get inside. Give yourself a bit of cover on this.
See if 22 can get the heal off. He does. I'll give them a little bit of an opportunity here to reset, but you see Shush doing the same thing. Gonna get their revive as you see the kill feed lighting up. NRG finding Nox onto BDE, and I think BDE might be down to their last player. So good fight there from No Org on the south side as we wait and see. Now that Shush is reset, what do they decide to do? Do we stick around and take this fight, or do we leave? I mean, this is a dead center compound. This is a winning compound if they can get it.
Yeah, and are back up to a full complement of players. All 4 players alive and kicking. You know exactly where the Overpowered guys are, as Veras and 22 centimeters are going to be in that other building. Now, I wonder if he's a Game of Thrones fan. I wonders where the name came from. Well, one thing is for sure, that spider's going to get caught up in the web by the nade of Klausera, and this is not looking good for Overpowered because Shush know it's a 4v2 now.
They do. They send that Panzerfaust through, but it's not going to find purchase. 22 just keep dancing around the windows. Santa Hero tries to go around the outside, but Repo Lin will get that knock. 22 does go down to Calnix, and now it's all down to Repo Lin playing around the wall, around the cover of that burnt-out husk of a US. Santa Hero, they're getting shot at from uphill. No Way has eyes on this, but Pest Control looks like they've got 3 that are dropping in via parachute right on top of that. There you go. Repo Lin does get taken down in the end, but the mortar from Frogman going to take down Klausera. And now No Way, they can't capitalize because they're getting pushed from New Gen All-Stars and Pest Control.
Yeah, why the hell not? It's just been the way this map has gone so far. As hot and spicy will throw that nade up towards No Way, and that one will hit Pater. DNL is going to get knocked down low. You've got Joshy smoking off one angle to the south, making sure they can continue to progress up the hill towards No Way. Slabby gets the angle on the hill, but great shots on the side. Elsewhere, Shane Doe still looking to put some covering down. All of these teams taking heavy casualties, and New Gen All-Stars are just waiting to regroup, get the reses off, and re-engage in this fight.
That was really nice awareness from Shane Doe to keep eyes on that rock and defend his teammate. There's No Way down to just one. New Gen All-Stars starting to creep up a little bit closer. I think they have Punich keeping eyes on the north just to make sure that LMR doesn't backfill him, but this is looking too juicy. They got to get involved. Stokely will get the knock on a Joshy. Best control now down to Shane Doe and Hot and Spicy.
Yeah, and this is a team currently sat in third place. Lopez making some noise just ahead of Shane. He knows Lopez is in the smoke. He'll go prone for now, but Shane just doesn't have any real offensive utility that he can use. He's too close to start thinking about throwing those blue zones, so he'll just consider maybe even driving through, see if he can catch out Lopez, as Fate will get eliminated and Pest Control are just backing out. They've realized the numbers don't suit them, and I think this is the right call.
Yeah, I don't blame him at all, because you see Bilu actually coming in from the south side, so they get out of there in perfect time, because they were about to get completely pincered. Now Lopez still just going to hide this one out. I hope he can maybe survive towards the end. I don't think anybody from Bilu spotted him, and it is really, really tough to dig a guy out of a hole like that when it's on the side of the hill right by that tree. You have to have just a perfect grenade, as Circle 9 does get eliminated, as I think that was a combination of LMR. Yeah, that's on the north side. LMR and Duel taking them down.
Yeah, that is a good combination. Teams take down Circle 9, so Bilu have an opportunity to really extend the lead at the top as Vinny gets that kill confirmed. Tavon on the move as Hot and Spicy will single tap fire that M249. We spoke about the fact that so many players elect to bring that weapon with them, but I don't really think that he has the opportunity, at least not now, to go for that res on the Shane, so he'll just stay prone and keep an eye on what's going on in the hill.
Yeah, still thinking about it. Really, it's just waiting to see if New Gen All-Stars and Bilu actually square off, but New Gen looks like they're going to pull off because they've got a problem to deal with on their northern side, so Bilu should be able to just hold the line here in that center of zone. They never got a chance to talk about it, but the fact that that big fight on the top of the hill happened was great news for Shush. They were able to get full reset, all four alive inside that compound, and now they are keeping eyes on the east to make sure nobody gets any closer to them, as NRG still 4 up on the very, very south side. But right now, the next fight I think we have to worry about is LMR pushing in from the north. New Gen All-Stars is on the clock.
Yeah, LMR. They've got the compound as well, so I think they've just taken that compound away. New Gen All-Stars will play the hill, and I think it's the right thing to do. Again, you're down numbers. The rest of the team are on the high ground. Just give up the compound for now. Now, that's a big knock from Punich, and had Punich not been knocked in return, maybe NA would have considered making the push, but that gives LMR the time they need to get the player back into safety and get that res off.
Yeah, I don't think New Gen, no, especially not with this shift. I don't think New Gen pushes down on that. Just because, I mean, look at where Choppy is. They're very concerned with holding the hillside, keeping everybody alive. They've got high ground onto this. They can cause problems for LMR. It's not like LMR is going to push out into them. So really, I think this is just kind of dealing damage, taking out helmets, taking out armor, and putting LMR in a bad position for when they eventually will have to leave that compound here. As we see Duel has that BRDM. Frustick, grenade in hand. We'll see if he can spot something, but Pippa's going to spot him from a long way away. NRG, big wide split on the south side.
That was just rude. Man was trying to do some damage onto the BRDM, and then the other side of the circle, you've got Noorg putting in some pressure, and that gives away the position now, forces them back together, and Duel can just collapse on in. 2 down, 1 to go. Morin's the only player left, and you'd imagine Penta, once he gets that first aid off, might even consider sending the BRDM over for some scouting.
I'm actually surprised that Shush isn't sending somebody over here to just throw a grenade over and see if they can maybe fish with dynamite, get another couple of points. But they are keeping eyes on Duel, preventing Duel from just pushing over into Giga, as Morris is able to get sneak attack back on his feet. You see the shots coming in his back. Shush is just kind of third-partying all of this and dictating how this fight plays out, and I think Duel's kind of done with it. as they are going to hop in vehicles with the blue at their backs, try to make their way across the road.
Yeah, Mika's going to be the front line. He's going to try follow as close behind that BRDM as possible, using it as a shield for those rounds, and Beal's going to do the same, but Mika, he actually hit the tree. That was enough damage to see him fall. And Duel, can Penta get the BRDM back? You can use that weapon as either A, cover to get the res behind it, or B, put Mika inside, then bring him up somewhere safer. I think he's going to just use it for cover for now because there is nobody with an angle onto this rock.
Yeah, it should be an easy res. So no harm, no foul. Mika will get up back on his feet. Looks like Giga's pretty much done for here. Kalnix will take down Sneak Attack. We'll see if Morans can, well, does he even try to make a run across that road? He's got a smoke wall laid down, but it's looking like he has been very much spotted out. And I think he might just try to heal as long as he can before eventually donating that point over towards the blue.
Yeah, best case scenario, you might get 1, maybe 2 more points out of it. Remember, every team that falls now is an extra point to everyone else in the lobby, but you can see already how tough it is to do. Pasta Biceps gets a knock onto Punage. He's had a nice little map so far. I've seen him get knocks onto Circle 9. Now he's doing it onto Punage. But if your biceps were made of pasta, what sort of pasta would you like them to be? I'll ask you that question a bit once this fight's over.
Oh, Shinboy, that knock on a Punage was actually huge because Shinboy was that side flanking angle and Punage was the one there to protect him, and Punage will try to do something, but is going to get taken down. But it looks like New Gen All-Star, Stokely and Choppy on that high side. They're getting a little bit of support from Duel, but now, oh, under the car. Nice shots from Chakouch. Chakouch? Shakush.
Yeah, Chakouch. I'm going to go with that. I'm just wondering where Chak Chong is, if you got Cheech there.
One thing I do know is if we're saying it wrong, we will be corrected in chat, so I'm looking forward to that as Duel in a great spot here to clean up whatever's coming out on the north.
I know it's like Shakush or something, you know, it's like an S sound.
I mean, that's how I feel like it should be pronounced. Just looking at it, like I feel like that should be it, so that's what we're going to go with. Or that's what I'm going to go with anyway. Meanwhile,
I'll back you up.
Okay, I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, we're a team.
Just having to leave their compound, and Bilu in a great, again, this is the murder hill, right? Like, this is what you have to deal with. You're going to be right on top of them. They have no idea that Murillo's right here, and Murillo just gets to watch this for free before popping up and losing the 1v1. Oh no, Murillo, you gotta lose, you gotta win that one.
Yeah, there was a little noise at the pull of the pin of that nade, and that gave the position away to Klausera. He's going to wipe him out, and now there's just 2 players left standing for Bilu. Tossing that first nade over to Frogman. Jimmy Guzman, he'll get 1. Now the question is, do Noorg or Shh get the point onto the last Bilu player standing? Vinny trying to keep the rock between him and the other side, gives it over to Shh. And that moves them up to 2nd place now. 4v3v, 3v1, and LMR still hanging on in there with Chakouch.
8 kills now for Shush, 4 in the bag for Jimerson Guzman, Jimothy, as he's known to his closest friends. No org. Now they rushed 3 down here to try to see if they could capitalize on it, don't get anything, and now they're gonna go ahead and reposition because I don't think they think that they're in a good enough spot here to take this fight with Shush, and I don't blame them. There's a lot of real estate available for them on that western side. There's no reason for them to try to make a brash push up the side of this hill.
Mika is knocked again, this time inside the blue, so there's not really much he's going to be able to do, so Duel will fall to 2. So it's a 4v3v2v1 now. You got to think that have a good advantage with that little bit of high ground that they're playing on, but when there's a BRDM in play, you still can't rule the team that have it out, can you?
Top 3 RDM. Call it that for a reason. And Pentalol, very smart, wily veteran, knows how to play around that. And they also know that Shakush is over here. So LMR down to just 1. We'll see if he gets a little good fortune his way. He does. Nice hard western shift for him there. And now Shush has a decision to make. They know that NRG is down to the south, but they don't know exactly what's waiting for them here on the north side, how Duel is spread out. You can see Klausera already kind of looking over in that direction, creeping a little bit closer. That might be the play as they have spotted out Balefrost.
Yeah, there's a couple of crates here as well so they can maybe get themselves a few more nades, a few more smokes that they'll need as they progress inside the circle. Penta's gone to the north side of the circle. Balefrost right on the edge, but Benya can catch him out. The question is, can Chakouch have an impact, right? You can, if you see a knock, you might steal it. If you see a solo player, you'll take the knock. The question for him now is, at what point is the risk worth that reward? Because there is still an opportunity where you could even get second place here without killing anybody.
Yeah, I'm just now realizing that No Org has a BRDM too, so that's 2 BRDMs on the field, one in the hands of Duel, one in the hands of NRG, and I'm not sure what Shush is sitting on in the terms of Panzerfaust. They've got 4 alive, and they've got access to these crate drops, but you see No Org has taken over the circle as quickly as they can. There you go, Chakouch will get taken down by Balefrost, so another point picked up there by Duel, as Balefrost has to continue ducking down. It looks like Shush is slowly starting to send guys over here. Is Santahiro going to spot out Vinny? That's a big knock, and now Clazera going to get taken down by Balefrost. They knew where Balefrost was.
Yeah, but sometimes knowing isn't the same thing as dealing with it, and Shush are down to 3 players standing. Balefrost will pick up on the other edge. Clausera behind the rock now will allow Jimmy Guzman to give his best friend in the whole wide world a healing hand. Because, of course, Jimmy's the sort of guy who's best friends with everybody, isn't he? As Balefrost just keeps looking on over. The problem for Duel is they can't overcommit on top of the hill because of the fact that no org are below them.
Yeah, Duel has to be really cautious with this, and the fact that NRG loses 1 there makes things a little bit more interesting for them. They're keeping eyes on Shush, and they would love to be able to get another knock there. Bill, nice spray. It's Jimmy Guzman down to about a quarter HP, but immediately he's going to have to pull off of this. He's got a nice little ridge line, though. That is an aggressive position there by Balefrost. To see how long he holds it.
Yeah, Benya finds Clausera, so the wheels kind of coming off a little bit here for the side as the numbers starting to get closer and closer together. There's that BRDM that Duel had on its side, blown up, but of course now it becomes a wall of cover for the members of Duel. Benya peeking over at the other side, just people is using that's just diabolical. Using a diggy hole and giving yourself a bush for cover that you can peek through that no one can see you from. People, that's bold. I'm going to give them creativity points, 10 out of 10. But honesty points, 0.
I love it, man. I love it. Use whatever tools you have at your disposal. Try to pull off that win as we check in with old Jimerson. Digging a hole right on the edge, actually outside of zone right now, as Shush is really taking their time with making their way into zone, especially after losing 1. Balefrost and Penta still looking over in this direction, waiting to see if Shush makes a mistake, but the circle has arrived and they've got to start making their way in now.
I want the cameraman so badly to pan to a POV looking towards the position that Peepa's in. Like, I want to see what you can see looking that direction, because he can see perfectly. Like, the closer you are to the bush, the more angles you have. Kalnix will get knocked by Penta. Benya, hearing the shots go off, will start using the nade. Finds a little bit of damage, but not quite enough as Jimmy Guzman tries to get closer and closer to Kalnix. Maybe he can give his friend a helping hand, but we're down to a 2v2v2 for now.
Yeah, this duo from Duel is causing so many problems for everybody in this lobby. Balefrost will flush out Kalnix. That'll be another one picked up as now the blue zone grenades start coming in. They drop the smokes down to give him a little bit of concealment, but Penta has to run. Good grenade from Benya will take him down, and Balefrost will get stolen away as well before he's able to donate his point over. So well played there by NRG. Up to 9 kills now, and it is a 2v2 for the win as everything kind of fell apart for Shush here at the end game.
Yeah, I still think that... Oh, Peepa actually gets caught out by Jimmy Guzman. That's huge as Benya is the last player up. The nade will come in from the side. Can he find Jimmy Guzman and create himself a 1v1? He can! He gets the knock part and it's a 1v1.
The absolute blind throw from Benya will take down Jimmy, and now he's going to use whatever height he has to peek over the top of that smoke, get some kind of idea of where Santahiro is. Santahiro, meanwhile, is playing around that rock. He's got no clue. You can see where he's looking over towards Jimmy Guzman. See if you can maybe get an idea of where Benya... I mean, look, Benya is just completely hidden from his view, and Santahiro going to try to go for the low side, but he's going to get spotted out.
Yeah, he's wrapping his way around now. He's got an angle. Maybe the Benya's got all the hard cover in the world. Panzer, a Hail Mary of his own, but it's going to hit the Dorito, and it's not quite good enough, and Pipa can feed information over to where Santi's playing. Another gunfight here, Paul, but Benya, he's just going to play this position as long as he can. Both players on opposite extremities of the circle.
Well, the blue zone's arrived, and he's actually going to take some damage to it. We'll spot out Santahiro, and Santahiro will win the 1v1. So although Shush kind of loses track of things at the end, they still get the win off a big clutch from Santahiro.
Yeah, 3 games done, and every single one of them, the winning team has picked up 20 points so far, as we get some symmetry so far. Oh, Paro.
Speak loud, or speak softly, but carry a big stick. And they were big stick in the lobby at the end there, to the tune of 9 kills. Well played there in the 1v1 by Santahiro as well. Honestly, I think Benya is just the blue zone tickling his back, knocking him down to about 3/4 HP before even engaging in that 1v1. Gonna put him in a bad spot. Oh no.
I feel like I've seen more BRDM kills in the last few days than I've seen in all of last year. It just seems teams like, you know what, every bush, every dip, I'm driving the BRDM in, and I'll probably get a knock off the back of it.
Absolutely, why not? You got that BRDM, you got that big armored cockroach, you might as well. As see Jakoosh trying to do something there. There's a little kind of a rough late game there from LMR. But they were very, I liked the way that they were able to dispatch with New Gen All-Stars, but it was still going to be, always going to be tough there at the end for them to try to fight their way up the hill.
Yeah, that knock was
perspective,
nuts.
nicely done.
Yeah, that was nuts. And then they get the job done at the end and puts them 20 points. And I think that's the worst game we've seen from Circle 9 so far tonight. Only 6 points for them as we look at the overall leaderboard. And it is 39 points leading the way with 39. You got Bilu with 34. And then Circle 9 and Pest Control kind of rounding out your top 4.
Yeah, it's been a really nice day for Shush so far. And that win, just the icing on the cake. And we'll see with 2 games remaining if they can continue to hold on to it. But it has been a scrap up here at the top of the leaderboard. Nobody's been able to really just run away with it so far today. And even Circle 9 up there with 20 kills, despite only getting 7 placement points. No wins yet. They are right in the mix. And we'll see with 2 games remaining if any of these teams kind of start making that run.
Yeah, but Shush getting a lot of confidence, right? They're leading the lobby in kills. And when you look at the pedigree of the players on Circle 9, on Bilu, all of these teams getting out fragged by Shush is going to give them so much confidence. But what we are going to do as a casting pair is we're going to go compare notes as we get ready to this next map and throw it to a very quick break before we get ready for game number 4 over on Rondo. We'll see you in a few.
my moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mags, the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, ballin', then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained to go. Now next up, ready for the thrones. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone.
Camera action rondo. Here we go. Game number 4 of the night. And it is again another flight pass starting from the south, going up to the northeast, where have a commanding lead now up at the top. And like I said, Poro, swinging fists with the best teams in the lobby and coming out on top.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all for Team Shish. Is 39 points. I don't know if I say a commanding lead, right? Like it's only 5
Sounds
points
better,
up on Circle 9.
Sounds good though.
It does. It's just not accurate, you know. Like they it's not like they're running away with the thing. And that's the other thing that's made it kind of interesting, right? Is that with 2 games remaining, it's still anybody's guess who's going to come in first.
Or as a very wise drunk man once told me in a pub, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh, another hot drop. Why not?
Yeah, and this is a compound we saw hot drops in a little bit over the course of the week, as well as Gladiator is able to find Stokely from New Gen All-Stars. He'll turn his attention over with the Mutant Iron Sights, sends another few rounds of 7.62 down line, but not able to hit any this time. But Slavi should find that knock, and he does.
Ooh, down the hallway too. Gladiator is going to go down in return, though, but Shinboy now the last player left up. Another one with that shotty in hand. Oh, Lopez with 1 HP somehow wins that one.
Yeah, no way. Wiping out the New Gen All-Stars and picking up some beautiful points as we take a look at that circle shift where Scam, AEAE, the per diem, oh my god, what was it again? The per diem? Poro help.
Per diem withholders.
Yeah, they get there. They get there.
I love vague booking through your teammate team name. I like that. Mm-hmm. It's a choice for sure.
Have you seen their logo as well? By the way.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
It's a fun one. But good one for no way. Lopez is still Lopez. I would advise you use some of those meds. Like it might not be the worst idea in the world.
He's gonna an unkind word will take him down right now. But you know what? He's got things to do.
It was annoying. It was getting to the point where it was annoying me, Paro. It was like, just use the first aid.
It's like watching somebody run around without reloading.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
It's the little things, man. It's the little things that'll drive us crazy.
Mm-hmm. But, Paro, as we look at the circle, right, and some of the teams that are in it, one of the teams that isn't is Circle 9, right? You're looking around them like, well, no, like we're actually our Circle 9 on the map. I couldn't see them there for a little while, but I want to ask you a question about them. They have 2 current PUBG Nations Cup champions on that roster, and BL and Kraken, right? We know they're a very good team. But then you got to think about the Americas, right? So Godlike are currently over at PGS. Falcons are there because they're going to be there, and Liquid are the other team. What does success for this team look like going into this next series of PAS? Because there's not a lot of spots at PGSs. The PGC points are doubled now. Like, is this a team that you think could really put themselves in that bracket of teams going to compete internationally? Or do you think that there's something missing? Oh, Benya, he's not missing.
No, he is not. Pulls Gladiator right on out, so no way. Despite winning their hot drop, now have to deal with this in NRG on that south side. But yeah, I mean, what does success look like, right? I think you got to start small, right? Like let's just focus on the Cup week matches. for now. Do as best we can, and then once we're at PAS, I think it's entirely realistic that they could find some success at PAS and put themselves in the conversation for PGC points. Right, like it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Like I've always been a huge DraftKings fan, big fan as a Kraken. I think those guys are extremely talented, but the problem has always been just making that transition in play style from regional play to international. It always feels like it's a little bit slower for our South American teams. Now, every now and then they'll figure it out a little bit quicker. Like we've seen it with Rock, we saw it with Team Brazil at PNC. But it definitely feels like it takes them a little bit longer, generally speaking, to kind of adapt to the speed, the pace of that international competition.
But being the third team in the Americas is like a really tight race. Like, I'm going to go traditionally and like looking at teams that usually make internationals, and it is Falcons and Liquid are the big two. But then you throw Copenhagen Wolves into the mix. Rock have to come back into the action. Godlike are coming back from internationals, and even if they play terribly there, they should come back a better team than what they left. And you add in the likes of, C9, No-Org, two teams that just got dropped by, I think, Bestia and Furia. Like, it is a really tough race in the Americas to be that third team.
Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Well, oh, goodness gracious. Okay, Infinite. Again, OP. Probably one of the better teams in the lobby so far tonight. They're just not having the success for it, as he's going to find Zenny now as Fate is getting pulled up on. OP just being hyper aggressive. Like they have a game plan and they are sticking to it, and I like to see it.
Yeah, I saw Zenny in the chat earlier asking why is everybody inting every single map, and to be honest, it seems like Fate just can't catch a break. Everywhere they go, everything they do, there's somebody waiting. Like, to even give them credit, they went all the way over to that western wall on the map, and somebody was there waiting for them. Like, you look at the flight path, you look at where they dropped, you can completely understand them expecting, they're not expecting a perfectly safe rotating, but you're not expecting to get camped hard on that section of the map within the first 6 minutes.
Well, that's your initial problem, is you just can't have any expectations of everything. You can't just assume that something's going to be free, even at this level. Like, it gets even worse when you get to international. You start throwing those APAC teams in there, and the Chinese teams, like teams that play a completely different play style. Like, right now, this is the confusion that you're going to get in an open qualifiers lobby is very similar, I feel like, right now to what you see at international level, even despite the fact that these guys have kind of started getting used to each other. Like, it is just wild. So you just have to be ready for anything, essentially, and know how to, or have at least a decent plan on how to respond to when things don't go your way.
I think some of those PGS teams are looking at these shifts and going, I wish they could get them at PGS, because we have had some crazy ones. Giga looking to shift their attention over towards Overpowered, but Repo Lin is able to catch out Sneak Attack. Should be able to confirm that one. Frustic takes a bit of damage here in the open as well, but Repo on 10 HP decides he wants to stay in that fight for a few extra seconds, and, well, whenever you back off, there's not very many vehicles better than the Pika Bus to hide behind.
As far as it goes, not too terrible, but should be. You'll see Frustic look at Infinite trying to go for the drive-by. That is super aggressive, especially when you know that Frustic is hiding inside of a smoke wall. The rest of his team trying to provide him some support, but you see Tiska from LMR also has an angle here, so looks like Vera's not going to be able to stick around and provide that same kind of support, but I mean, they've got Frustic pinned down. They should probably focus a little bit more on Tiska here. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I'm impressed though by Overpowered.
Oh, but Infinite
well.
gets taken out.
Yeah, Squinzy finding that one as Boundary Esports picks up one, confirming out that kill as well, getting a point on the board for them, but that circle shift is really good for Bilu, who have sent it into Fong straight off the bat. But again, back to what I was saying, like, some of these teams coming into tonight didn't play last week, so they're already behind the 8-ball with points. So I think the way Overpowered are approaching this is the right thing to do. They're getting aggressive and just trying to pick up points with kills and then see where it takes them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they're getting involved early and often. Now they're paying the price for it too. As you see, Infinite's going to go down. We'll see if they really want to be aggressive, they could go for the blue chip. But right now it looks like
Fire
no
pop.
way. And NRG, nice fire pop there onto Benya, going to force him to hop on out. He's going to seat swap around, but it's not going to matter. DNL will take him down in the end. Now no way up to 4 kills as they keep their attention over towards Pippa. He's going to have to try to escape.
Yeah, I like this so far from No Way. They've really played aggressive here on Rondo, winning that early hot drop, turning their attention to Noarg, picking up kills off the back of that one. Tater, unfortunately for him, couldn't get anything out of this one. They've only got 1 point so far from Fate, and maybe you can find more. And while that was going on, Repolin took down both Kalawi and Frustic, leaving Giga with, I believe, just 1 player up here as well, them sitting currently on 18 points, as Noarg are just trying to dodge No Way, and No Way want these points badly. Or not, they're leaving. My bad, I thought they were getting aggressive.
Dip around. Why not? I think they realize that they don't have a really good idea of exactly what the position here for Noorg is, and then the shots from Tater maybe also threw in a little bit of a curveball, so I think they're just thinking, let's send it in a circle, try to get a spot to play. Only 51 alive, so a lot of real estate left here in this hard shifting southern circle. But a lot of scrapping going on that north side. I'm going to keep eye on OP because they have been hyper aggressive, as you said, already up to 5 kills. And now they've got their eyes on BDE as Gizera tries to find where the next spot is going to be for NRG.
Yeah, Morans had to be careful there. He got really, really close to Matrum's background wall there for a second, and that obviously cuts off the electrics in his vehicle. So you want to avoid those with the Pika bus. Tater making his way in on the motorbike. Yeah, when you're solo, the last thing you want to do is take things like that into your hands on a bike, as Morans will fall overpowered, picking up another point. And you know what? Repo's been impressing me, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, they're hunting. They're definitely hunting right now, and we'll see they continue to do so now that we are starting to get into the mid game. See, Bilu, they did send it into Fongtoon, but they have LMR on that western side. The hard shift away from the city, though, as Tazon going to be right dead center once again. No Way. Have a lot of real estate on the south side to play around with. And that north side, definitely eyes on that as you see Shush, Pest Control, BDE, Scam. Eventually, OP is going to be over there as well, all trying to fight their way in from that north side.
Mika is coming back into play for Duel. Looks like Noarg are back up to a full complement of players here as well, as they're going to find themselves playing on that recall station as well. And what I love about positions like that is you can play even more aggressive, because if you do lose a player or two, you can just break them back in the next phase, get straight back up on to whatever you need to do. Post from Circle 9, we'll see rotate on it, and they're being patient. Look at how quiet Circle 9 are being, trying to lay this trap.
Okay, grenade is popped. Cooked perfectly. We're going to send it over towards Kalnix. He will get it in the end, and now Jimmy Guzman will have to deal with the aggression. It's going to spot out. Posa takes the shots in, but Biel will support his teammate. Takes down Jimmy, as now Shush is down by 2. The other 2 players off to the north, as BDE kind of looking over in that direction. They hear this gunfight. They also see Scam. So they are kind of slowly making their way in, and now Circle 9, now that they've taken those shots, they've sprung that trap, they can start being a little bit more aggressive on the other teams that are coming in from north.
Yeah, BL's going to dig that hole, or go into that hole that was created by the nade now. They can pick up a couple of points as Scam make their way in the north, not too far away from the other 2 members of Shh at this point in time. You've also got BDE wrapping in not too far from here, and then a little bit further towards the west, Pest Control find themselves locked into position as well. Getting very busy up on that north side compared to what it's like at the south.
Let's see if Scam decides to get active here. Cloud0, I think they'll realize where they are. Nice shots, though, from Aaron. Will take him down or get him low. Actually, there you go. Scam's Bizzler with that arm in hand. We'll spot him out. Now Santa Hero, the last player left alive, will try to drop smokes to slow things down just a bit. But again, it's just very, very compacted here on this northeastern side. Duel now also starting to creep out, maybe get involved.
Just watching, right? Santi He's kind of belly to the ground. He's got Bizzler not too far away, so he'll send that nade up and find 16 damage off the back of it, but not enough to find a knock, so he'll kind of follow it up with another one, finding 30 more to go with it, but the Bizzler still not falling, and every nade thrown is utility that Santa Hero desperately can't afford to lose.
Alright, Tazon still dead center. We'll see where this one decides to go. And it is going to hard shift down to the southwest. Once again, hard shifts being a big player. We've seen it time and time again this year. And it is rearing its ugly head here on Rondo. Meanwhile, OP making their way. They've got Infinite back. And now they're making their way through Bilu. But Murillo in a good spot is going to take advantage. Takes down Repo Lin, who's been on a tear so far. That's a big loss there for OP. And a nice grenade will take down Varus. And all of a sudden, OP down to just 2. But it looks like Infinite, despite having just come back, will get a knock and the flush onto Murillo. Tries to keep things going here.
Pest control dropping as well on top of Taysan at this point, as Karam's going to get shot out of the sky. Frogman will manage to get one overpowered, have been eliminated by Bilu, who move up to 35 points. They'll be able to regroup, but they've got to move into the circle. And the best thing for them is, remember there was a moment where they considered using the Panzer on that BRDM. They held off, they won the fight, and now they've been able to requisition it for themselves.
Free Panzer. You're never going to be too sad about that. Well, Duel, the shift has gone very far away from them. And remember how just compacted that northeastern side was.
Ooh, nice shots.
Circle 9 sticks around, try to capitalize off, and they're going to get 2 right off the bat. The third off of Squinzy. And now BDE finds themselves down to 1 as they tried to make their way through, and they just get roasted. Well played there by C9, who showed a lot of patience. Just sticking around, knowing that eventually these teams are going to have to come through. Now, let's see if they can win the fight here against Scam.
They're pretty much unscathed, though. BDE weren't able to do any real damage, and they'll set up another trap once more, but this time it's Jam firing on the drive-by. He makes sure gets traded back, though. 2 players fall in quick succession for the per diem withholders, leaving Aaron and Jam as the last 2 players up, and they're not going to get involved in that at all. They're going to send this one south, try get to that hill first, and pick up a few more points, but keep an eye on what's going on. Yeah, Duel. A drive-by with a revolver, too.
The jam revolver drive-by plays. Unfortunately, this time not going to work out for him, as he will go down, and Aaron will be right behind him as Panadero is going to take him down. Tazon now starting to flex out a little bit, but somehow, how did somebody get right in the middle of Tayson? NRG. Is that Pippa? It's Pippa.
Yeah, I think he's up there.
Oh, he's on the top. Okay.
Yeah, he's up there. And I think that we saw Pest Control might try to make that drop up, but they got shot out of the sky on their way down, so trying to do something similar. Benya now has that angle, and he can shoot with impunity, right? There's not a single team in this lobby that have an angle on Noarg. Their biggest issue is going to be ammo, and at this point in time, it's a non-issue. Benya, with 200 plus rounds on reserve, can just pick his targets. Oh my.
It's a free, but Lil P will take him down, and yeah, that should be a pretty easy res. And
get your teammate, get your man.
Like Pippa, he's not even waiting. He's just go for it. Come on.
Yeah.
Nobody's got angst here. Circle 9 will try to make the run past Tazon. And it looks like they will be able to do so for the time being. As Panadero keeping eyes on the top there, the top of the tower. No way, still inside compound. C9. Oh, nice shots there for Kanbatsu. Will take down Biel. Flush it out as well. Make sure they secure that point. 6 now for Tazon.
Yeah, just climbing now. They've doubled their point tally almost in this one, up to 13 points in game number 4. They did play last week, so every single point gets them closer and closer to PAS qualification. Pipa, again, is just spraying out rounds with impunity. He's got plenty in reserve, 3 nades as well, so he can eventually start tossing them down the hill. But it's all well and good being up here now, Parl. Whenever Phase 4 shifts them away from this position, getting down the hill becomes a bit tricky.
Oh yeah, no, you're not thinking about the future here. You're just trying to get as many kills as you can while you have this opportunity. And they'll get that knock on Mika, but it looks like Mika might be able to get behind the tree.
He's done, though.
Yeah, he's done. He's going to bleed out. So that'll be at least one more point picked up there by NRG as they're able to hold on to this a little bit longer. STR was able to kind of withstand the onslaught from the skies, but now they're going to be pushing right into the base on the other side of Tayson. There you go. Pippa will spot out Dark Castle. See if they can actually secure that point for themselves as well.
Playing the game on easy mode right now, up on top of this hill. There's not a damn thing anybody else can do about them for now. They've still got the loot up there. You've got another angle. Oh, this time, yeah, let's have a look at Frogman. I'll say, yep, I'll take that point. Tater, you're not allowed a point no matter what you do, and that one's going to get picked up by Benya. Now you turn your attention over to Tavon. He's trying to move his way back to the Blanco, and finally somebody says, nah, you're not getting these for free, but Peepa says, yes, I am. He gets Tater, and it's another kill for Noarg.
I mean, this is exactly what they need to do, right? You're down to a duo. You have that high ground. You know it's going to be out eventually. But while you're here, get as many points as you can. And so far, they've been able to pick up 6. And there's another knock. Flush onto Wooly, so make it 7. As, oh, no, they're up to 8 now, aren't they?
Yeah. You know what the scary thing is? I don't know if
What's
they
that?
realize it, but with the nades they have, they could underhand throw it off the side of that cliff and wipe out STR because they're so compactly bunched together. One nade tossed down that hill, and it's 4 more kills.
That's a
Benya
super
gets
tough
another.
one to get. Yeah, there you go. Tavon. See the BRDM in play. Then probably get him back on his feet. So Bilu not out of it just yet. The circle does shift away from this high ground. And eventually NRG will have to leave, and they know it. They're just spraying every last round they have in hopes that they can collect another point, but it's just not going to happen right now. Maybe explode the vehicle and hope for the best. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, well,
it's on fire.
They're not playing for the next phase. They're playing for the kill, so use every round of ammunition you have. That vehicle blows up. You've not really ruined Bilu's job because they've still got the BRDM for cover, which has exploded. You know that they're going to come down the hill. They're pretty much center of the circle. So no kills yet. Oh yeah, guess what? Have some more ammunition. Why not?
Why not indeed? Balefrost, last player up for duel, and he's going to have to make his way across that road at some point while under the watchful eyes of NRG. The grenade's going to sail just a little bit too long, but that one's going to be right on time. Nice one from Shakush, and also gets Tavon down to about half HP. That one's going to sail just a little bit wide. That might be enough if, oh, he doesn't see it. Big explosion will take him down low, but Tavon's still alive.
Yeah, he's inside the smoke for now with Shakuch right next door. The smokes are going to spray apart. Shakuch should have seen him there. And yeah, what can you do here now? Keep an eye on what's going on up on the hill because it looks like NRG are making their descent from way up on high and Peepa will fall, getting a taste of their own medicine, but he did take someone down with him. The question is, can they confirm that kill and get that extra one on the board?
Yeah, somehow Benya actually made it down to the ground, so they're not out of it just yet. Tayson still 4 up. They've made it into the zone, but they've got Balefrost right behind them. Let's see if Balefrost will strike them in the back while they're not looking. You don't see anybody looking over in that direction from Tayson, so they think their backs are clear right now.
If he sneaks up on them in third person, something has gone badly wrong for Tayson. I know that he's using the tree really nicely. He's got a Z-rise and the angle. He's got a nade in his pocket. One good nade and a quick spray, and you could say goodbye, good night. He decides to go for the spray first on the Nico. Misses the real shots that he had to hit, and Nico turns on him, gets the kill, duel eliminated, and Tayson avoided disaster.
Oh boy, he had 3 grenades too. He might have been able to send a few over there, go dynamite fishing, but tries to go with a spray, doesn't work out. And now we'll see if No Way up to 10 kills. Had a great game for themselves so far, and they've forced LMR kind of out of this position to kind of keep wrapping around on that western side. Benya will get spotted out in the end, so the terrors from on high have been removed from the lobby, as now Abdu taking a few shots over towards No Way will force them to dig down. Tayson, 8 kills for them so far, not too bad. See if they can get a few more heals and utility off of this, as the hard shift are going to go down to the west again.
Keep forgetting you can carry the loot boxes in because you don't see it all that often.
I know.
But they're going to do it this time. Looking at Jibs. He's got the M249 at the ready, waiting for somebody from LMR to peek on up over the hill. 5 teams left alive. Nade tossed him out past the biceps, took some damage. Tiska took the brunt of it. He's going to fall, but past the biceps stays alive and kicking. But you know they're going to feed down the hill.
Pasta biceps. He had to run out of that blue zone grenade, and Jibs in perfect position, but Abdu will take him down in return. So STR goes down. We'll see if Abdu can actually get up there and get the res on his fallen teammates. He's got a long way to go to get there, though.
I don't think he can. I think that Tavon's got the angle on him if he tries to move, so kind of realized he's playing by himself now. He's got a position where he could potentially get a top 2 finish out of it. Bilu with 1 player left alive. You look at No Way off to the south. They're going to play up on that hill, so there's a real chance that No Way and Taysan become the first 2 teams to fight here. And yeah, just as I kind of see it, you see those teams starting to trade shots back and forward, and you know what? That might actually allow him to go for the right. No,
Oh,
he can't.
never mind.
Tavon sees it.
There you go. Tavon will take it down. Now it's all down to Abdu. Feels like No Way is in the driver's seat right now. Even more so if they can finish off Taysan, who have managed to get Panadero at least inside the zone, and they're avoiding the line of sight for now, but No Way, I mean, they've got this beautiful ridge line on the southeast, and they can afford to just kind of stay alive here towards the end and see if maybe Taysan will run into Tavon and take a loss here, but being very patient there on the part of Taysan.
Yeah, Tavon with that Panzer as well could have a huge say in this game. I think Abdu knows where he is, so he's going to try clear that position, or at least consider it for now. Yeah, that nade was nowhere near. You've not got it, but at least he can retreat.
All right, I like this from No Way. They realize where the biggest threat is, and it's going to be Taysan throwing a few grenades. They'll land the blue zone grenade right on top of the rock, force Nico to push away, but that's a great grenade from Nico. Takes down Gladiator and DNL in one fell swoop. Slabby now all by himself as Lopez is trying to hold the alternate line. Nico, fantastic utility work for Taysan, and all of a sudden, No Way, just like that. They were in the driver's seat, and now they are behind it, but Slabby will take down Nico.
Yeah, that Groza hits hard, but so does Panadero on the other side with the AUG. Taking him down. No Way with 1 player left alive in the server, and it's a 1v2v1v1, and all of a sudden all holes are now being barred because there's a chance any team could take the win away. Panadero's hyper fixated on Lopez as Abdu, he takes out Tavon with the molly, which we've seen more and more of over the last week and a half, and you know what? Taysan are doubled up. If these 2 solos strike at the same time, you don't know what could happen.
Ooh, Abdu, that solo in dead center circle. Z-Rise will finish off Slabby. Lopez just pausing things down here. Now Panadero, I think, maybe got a little bit of vision onto Abdu as he was making his way in. He'll retreat back to his foxhole for the time being, covering for Z-Rise. Z-Rise, I think he just fed that information about where Abdu was to him and try to see if Z-Rise can maybe go for that side flanking angle. But Abdu's going to spot out Lopez, takes the shots, gets a lot of damage in, but doesn't get the knock and immediately has to retreat.
Yeah, he's falling back now, and that's going to turn the attention the other way. Falling down the smoke now is Taysan. They want to take on these 2 solos one at a time. Don't allow for the 2 of them to strike at once, so they'll wrap their way down the side. I think what they're trying to do is get the kill onto Abdu, but also keep Abdu between them and Lopez, which is a really clever way to play this fight. But if Abdu gets 1 knock, you will see Lopez flood down this hill.
Yeah, Taysan being really cautious in how they approach this. But they've got a good idea of where both solos are, so that's a good way to start. And they've got a little bit more utility left in the bag in terms of smokes that they can use to try to get a little bit better position. The problem is this hill is, if you go on the top side, you're just immediately going to be in a tough position. But you see Lopez, I think the hope is that Lopez and Abdu fight each other.
Well, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be really great for Taysan? I think, though,
That'd be perfect.
I want to see the solo. Like, I know it's best scenario for the solos to fight each other because that 1 kill is worth 2 points, but you could get aggressive. You could push to the 2 players and maybe make something happen. But the closer Taysan get to this hill, the closer they get to seeing these players in the open. But Lopez, like, here's the thing, Abdu can hear these footsteps.
Yeah, drops a Molotov down in the smoke. Try to slow things down. Smart play. And Lopez will return the grenade, but has no idea about where Abdu is. But the smokes are dying now, and he's going to have a better idea as Abdu will spot out Lopez. Nicely played there by Abdu, and now it's a 2v1. Taysan will try to collapse. They know where Abdu is. Half HP for Abdu. Throw the fuel canister over there just to see if they could be a little bit more aggressive. But Abdu, don't count him out, man. This is a dangerous player.
Yeah, he's got level 3 helmet as well, so that is worth 1 or 2 more shots as well before he falls, so it gives him that extra bit. And the worry for me for Taysan is they're so closely stacked together, it enables the spray transfer. You gotta get a bit of a gap between the two of you. He spots out one, he gets Panadero down to 1 HP, he gets the other one, and Panadero stuck behind the tree. Abdu, he's got center circle. If you're Panadero, pop the gas cannon, wrap around the other side. He steps out into the open, and last minute roster, LMR's Abdu. Well, he Abdu's his best and gets it done.
In the blue. I don't know how he wins that. That is insane work from Abdu. Very well played there for really the last few circles. Like he has done a hell of a job for his squad there to come out with that one. That is insane work.
Yeah, Abdu with Taysan don't, as he manages to get that win on the board as we look back at that beautiful shot from Benya earlier. But that was really well played. I really thought the jig was up when he threw that stun grenade, because you saw the fact that Lopez could see the hand. He knew exactly where he was. But man, when he stood up and took those shots, he didn't miss.
Yeah, I think Taysan will definitely be watching the VOD review of that one and thinking about ways that they could have played that differently, because that was a tough one. Like you said, you just did not want to give him the opportunity to take 2 1v1s and pushing out of the smoke while your teammate was sitting on 1 HP, having to heal up. Not in a spot where he could do the peek there and protect you. So you want to have an opportunity where both of you are shooting at the guy at the same time, but you essentially just gave him a free 1v1 there at the end.
Look at it again.
Steps up, right there.
Miss. Yeah.
You can't leave the smoke there when you know your teammate is healing up.
It's a mistake. It's a mistake, but you'll learn from it. At the end of the day,
it's just a lesson learned.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Taysan still got 18 points. They still got more points than LMR got. Yes, you could argue they left 5 more points out there by not getting that kill, and could that have an impact after 5 weeks? Maybe, but you can't complain about an 18-point game. Even if you think they made a mistake, it's still a ton of points.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, look, obviously you're a little bit upset about how that end game went, but the rest of the game was just fantastic work from Taysan, and they were doing an awesome job of kind of controlling that northern side. The fact that they actually survived the push from No Way was huge, or Noarg rather. That was very, very well controlled by them, and that was really, really well done. So there you go. There's your overall leaderboard after 4 games. Bilu still in first place with 42 points, but 3 teams, Shush, Noorg, and Circle 9, not too terribly far behind them.
Not at all, and Circle 9 not living up to their name at all. If you look at the placement points, 7 so far. You'd like to see them catch a couple more late games to maybe improve that point tally, but still 29 kills. That's an incredible total for a team that's not getting near the end circles at all.
Yeah, they're not seeing too many Circle 9s. Nope. That is, I guess, the joke that's easy to make off of that one for sure. Mm-hmm. But we've got 1 game remaining left today. So before we go into it, we're going to go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right back.
a new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for limited times, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I had a dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mag is the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, ballin', then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they train to go. Now next up, ready for the throne. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone.
Don't test me because I'm in my zone is what that's been saying, and a couple of these teams have been getting some great ones to finish or to get the night going. But as quick as the night's been, it's almost over, Paro. One more map to find out how many points these teams can get in Cup Week 2.
That's it, and we are finishing on Erangel the way it should be.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion. In my humble opinion.
Wonder what that could mean. Where are we finishing tomorrow?
Don't worry about it.
We'll see. Tune in to find out.
Tune in. Yeah, make sure
Yeah.
you guys, if you're able, make sure you tune in for PGS. It is the final day of the final stage of this current PGS, and we'll be doing it all again next weekend.
Yeah, if you're in the Americas, set those lines, what, 4 a.m. Eastern, something like that, 5 a.m. Eastern, if you want to catch all the action.
Look, I won't be mad at you if you watch the VOD, y'all. If you're in A, it is. I will tell you from personal experience, it is very early.
Yeah, well, that is, look, maybe it's because I'm just EU coded, but everything kind of seems to be in a time zone that's manageable for us. I feel bad for the people in either, extreme east or extreme west, because there's not a time zone that really suits you apart from internationals.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No.
But hey, we got the best fans in all of esports, and they will stick around and they will make sure that they will tune in for all the action as we do get that hard northeastern shift. And we'll see if this game provides us any early game craziness. We always seem to be guaranteed a little bit of that when we get to our final game of the day, especially when it's on El Clasico in the grassy pastures of Erangel.
Yeah, it should be a fun one with a circle like that. I don't think anything will ever get back to the levels of the old Game 6 scrims that we used to have back in the day, but...
Oh, they don't know about that.
Well, maybe.
Actually, a lot of the people in this chat probably do know about that.
Yeah, they do. They do. All these people used to watch scrims. Like, whether it was Europe or Americas, you recognize them all. But, Paro, I'm gonna pose a few questions to Coach Paro.
Okay.
Is it worth a team like Overpowered to camp that George Bridge, knowing that teams are going to want the path in that direction?
I don't know. I mean, why not? I say, like, at this point, like you know that there's another team that's leading up in South George. You kind of keeping eyes over in that direction, and you can camp it out and not be really putting yourself at risk. So unless you've got something that you know that you like to play towards the center of the zone in this one, that you want to just immediately send for it, then why not stick around, get you some more points? And the way OP has been playing so far today, that feels like what is kind of in their DNA for this one. Just go hunting. But they are only 3 players, though.
Yeah. But still, speaking of bridge camps, it looks like BDE tried to camp that bridge on the east side of Millie Island and got lost one player over towards Noorg. Man, it's been a tough day for BDE. I don't think I've seen them in the zone. I don't think I've seen them playing as a full 4-man in a fight at any point. It's been really hard for BDE tonight.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, for sure. But, that's the way PUBG go. Some days just does not go in your favor. You just get no manner of luck whatsoever. But, to be fair on Erangel, if you're looting up down on the coastline, that your chances of you getting a zone popping on you off of C1 is pretty low to begin with. So they should be prepared and for coming in late. We'll see how they decide to play. The only problem is that there's a lot of teams over there. Man, they got Bilu, they got Noorg, And now you throw in No Way, who's going to be coming that direction from Military Island. You see Penry off in the distance. The rest of the team's still kind of hanging out over by that bridge. We'll see what their pathing is like.
Jam has the revolver again.
Of course he
Jam
does.
has the revolver. We're over here by Alamo. DraftKings steps on up. There's 1. There's 2. Turns the tape to the side. There's 3. And yeah, go and give us the 4th. Aaron, he's on the other side of the wall.
My
There's a bit of
God.
damage. And it's 4. It's 4 of a kind. DraftKings gets it done.
Scam just got put on a poster. DraftKings going to put that in his highlight reel. They're gonna be having that song that we have to listen to before every game. It's just gonna be DraftKings from the rooftops, just taking down all of Scam. Goodness.
I think the only problem was he didn't make it last long enough. Like, it's a really short clip. He could have got a couple more seconds into it, so it could be at least a 30-second video. But instead, he got the ball within 10-15 seconds. Great job from him. But I want to touch back on a point you said. How dare you go against the great conspiracy that every team has, right? You know, that you said, oh, you drop on the periphery of the map along the coastline, you know, you're not likely to get zone shifts. We all know the conspiracy is that your team is someone else other than your team's always fed. Like, who would guess that if you drop somewhere on the edge of the circle that you're not likely to get circle shifts?
Well, look, I don't think most teams care too much about C1, right? Like, when you start getting into conspiracy theories, that's when you're talking about like C4 or C5 shifts. That's when it gets a little bit more annoying, when it doesn't kind of go in your favor. But the problem right now is that hard shifts are just a way of life, right? Like, you've got to be ready for that, because it seems like we're seeing them more and more and more. So you just got to be ready. Have a strap playing it out, because nobody's going to feel sorry for you if it goes away from you, because it's also going away from a lot of other people as well.
Yeah, well, there's a saying, isn't it? Correlation doesn't equal causation. But who'd have thought that if you find yourself in the center of Circle 1, you're going to be in Circle 2. Giga, though, Sleek Attack, he might not be available in Circle 2 as Slabby hits a headshot and wipes him out on the far bridge. We were speaking about potential bridge camps, and it turns out it wasn't going to be the one that we expected. Over on the other bridge on the other side of Millie Island, No Way, holding out Giga, and Giga sustaining the first loss.
This is actually wild to me, because they shot at the last player from Giga. That's usually what you're supposed to do, right? You wait for everybody else to go through and get the last guy, but Giga turns around and they decide that they want all of the smoke. They got Morns on the low side. He knows exactly where Slabby is. Frustic's going to find Gladiator, and now the grenade's going to come out. Will it be enough to find Slabby? He's going to do a little bit of damage, followed up with the Molotov. Morns spraying through the smoke, seeing if he can get something, but good grenade from Slabby in return will take him down.
Yeah, now Klawi and Frostic are up. Klawi takes a bunch of damage as he drops down that ridgeline, but that will enable him to wrap his way around. The blue zone phase 1 getting involved, but hey, it's phase 1. It's not really going to impact this one all that much. Like, if you drop down to 1 HP, that's on you. Frustic, though, puts DNL down to 0, and Slabby, the last player standing, he's going to turn tail and get on the move.
Go on then, Frustic. He's trying to make his own and one mixtape out here. Unfortunately, Slabby's not going to allow that. Frustic trying to make sure he can secure these last couple. Slabby will retreat, but he's going to try to see if he can take out Morns before eventually... Oh, nice shot, though, from Kalawi. Will force him back behind the truck, as that blue zone is ticking, you said, but still plenty of time to get the heal off.
Yeah, the problem, like, we saw them do exactly what you're supposed to do, right? Shoot the last car in the convoy. The problem is, on a bridge like this, you kill the last player, the other 3 are just going to wait for you on the other side of the bridge either way, but they didn't even do that. They jumped out and caused you some serious trouble, and Giga with 3 players standing now, they've got the big advantage. Slabby, he's trying to make a move of his own, staying involved and staying in the fight. It's the last game of the night. Why not try it? Like, do you really want to just try survive to the final circle, or do you want to try make a play?
Hell no, we're trying to go in here and make plays, baby. We're trying to see if we can get a 1v3. Slabby starting to get an idea of exactly where these Giga players are. He knows where Kalawi is. No offensive utility, though, so it's going to make his job a little bit tougher as that circle hard shifting down to the south, right on top of Razak. Fate is smiling right now as all of our teams off to the north are going to have to make their way down.
Hey, Fate got a circle. Nice for them. They're in the middle of the circle with 4 players up. Kalawi, He is locked in on that bridge. A lot of these vehicles have tires popped. They're not really movable, so that gives a bit of an advantage. Maybe for a pop-up play as well. You can see that Giga are peeking, trying to work out where that last player could be. And they'll wait. It's the principle, Poro. It's the principle.
Yeah. Now that sending that one player was really kind of a bait and hoping that that Slabby would peek up. But Slabby not going to fall for that one as he'll bide his time. Now Frustic will go for a little bit of reposition here. And Kalawi going to see if this bait will actually stick. Doesn't look like it's going to. Slabby just showing extreme patience.
He's doing his best Tom Hardy. You know that Tom Hardy, if like, that's bait. He knows. He's like, I'd have done the same, so I'm just going to wait here. Wouldn't it be great if he just stays here and dies to the blue and just ruins Giga's day by making them wait for the whole circle to try and get that point?
He's definitely being a pain in the ass. That is for sure. Kalawi, I think they maybe are just done with this now. Yeah, he's going to drop the smoke on the vehicle. Wait for it to bloom up. He'll hop in. Go ahead and rejoin Frustic as they're saying, you know what, Slabby's not about that life as we thought. And we'll just go ahead and leave him here to his own devices.
Yeah, Slabby's probably a little bit annoyed he wasn't able to get one more point off the back of it. And look at the rotate.
He wasn't super aggressive with it, was he? Like he went for that aggressive play, getting up by the bridge, and then he just hide out. Like he never even tried to take a shot. So
he's got no car. I think all the tires are popped. He's got a long way to go to get all the way up to Roshawk. I think the best case scenario for him is probably the fact that a lot of these teams will fight, and it might actually create somewhere to pop in. Overpowered. Sometimes pickups don't work. This time, though, it might just get a couple of sets of boots on the ground, but can Team Fate hold their own?
Oh, Varus will get the knock on to Zenny. He was cooking that grenade. Had a good idea of where he was. They do lose Infinite, so it is just down to 22 in Varus, but they have the building. They have hard cover. And a nice return grenade from 22 will finish off Zenny as well. As Tater will loot up his formerly alive teammate. Do they have time to do? Is there an opportunity? No, there's no way.
No,
there's no way to get a blue chip res off of that. Yeah,
they're in too good of a position. Like if they win this fight, do you really leave Grandma's house, this perfect spot over by Garden?
There you go, Tater.
Try to get a blue. Oh, that's great nade by Tater, and that leaves another player down for overpowered. I think Fate just got to play this one. Try to win the fight. 3 players can hold this compound.
Yeah, 100%. Played out as 3. They'll rush in with the pumpy in hand, but it's going to be Flanker that will take him down in the end. So OP is eliminated in 15th place. Fate now up to 2 kills, and they have to turn their attention over towards C9, making their way through. Nice spray from Tim Fee will take down Biel, and Flanker makes sure that they secure that point.
Yeah, this is the best we've seen from Team Fate all night long. They've got that compound, but DraftKings pushing in. He's got one highlight of his own already. Let's see if he can add to it, or can Team Fate hold the spot? Can they make a liar out of me? DraftKings spots out the movement to Tim Fee, but for now it's just about waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Spraying into the walls, trying to be a little bit aggressive, but there you go. Tim Fee will take down DraftKings right off the bat. Another well-placed grenade coming out of Fate. And now it's down to Zakraken and Posa. Zakraken at least able to rejoin Posa. And they'll be holding down this garage building for the foreseeable future. I don't know how aggressive Fate wants to get here. Pushing into that building seems like it'd be something that would take a lot of time. And you know you've got a lot of teams looking over in this direction. And if they can, if they sense the opportunity for a third party, they will definitely take it.
Yeah, Timothy peeking over the edge, just trying to get that information. Kraken has the Panzerfaust in his hands, so you don't want to peek too aggressively over to his direction. We'll get ourselves inside the garage building now. This is, you were watching PGS earlier today. You and Toffee's got to cast one of the funnest garage building crashes I've ever seen. I don't think Fate are coming that way. Fate are like, you can have that building, we'll play the rest.
Yeah, I think that would be very prudent of them to not start that fight there, because there are just so many teams over there on the east that will be happy to crash that immediately upon seeing a couple of knocks, as Shane Doe will get the knock on Abenya with a nice grenade. Gazera has to duck back down. This fight going on just on that eastern side of Boatyard. Pest Control got down to just Pippa, as Gizera gets knocked. There you go. Nicely done. No Org does go down in 14th place, and Pest Control can reset.
Really good night from Pest Control so far as we move into the last map of the day. 12 points off top spot with 13 teams left in this one, so there's a chance they could climb even further. Looks like Flanker's going to move that UAZ into some cover in case they need to bug out a little bit later, but still they hold center circle. What if this goes north, Poro? Just what if this goes to duel?
What if? What if? Well, you're not going to go north, but it is going to hard shift once again over to the east. So hard shifts once again as STR going to be the beneficiary this time. Posa will find Flanker with that grenade. Try to return a follow-up one, but it's going to sail a little bit wide. And now Circle 9 getting a little bit aggressive here. I think they realize that this is a situation that they might like their odds in.
Yeah, up on top. It tries to hit Tater with a Panzer, misses the opportunity. Posa peeks as the shotgun rings up, but only finds a little bit of damage this time. Kraken, he's got the sawn off of his own, but we're seeing more UAS plays by the garage building. What is it with these seat swaps today?
The timing, though. The timing on that seat swap kept them alive as Circle 9 will retreat to their compound. Meanwhile, New Gen All-Stars, they're scrapping with Giga, and they're coming out ahead right now. Poonage is down, but New Gen continue to make their way through the compound. Looks like they've got one left here for Giga. We'll try to make the spray. Kalawi will get the knock on a Stokely and secure that one as he's got that auto shotty in hand. Drop the smoke, try to slow things down a bit, and heal up.
S12K with a 4X on it. Can't think of anything more perfect than that when it comes to close range combat, but he makes it work. The blue zone clears that room for just a little bit as well, so Giga still doing good with one player up, and with the high ground, with a lot of utility burnt, I still wouldn't put it past the S12K owner to make something happen here. Oh, he gets another!
Big spray, catches Shinboy on the corner, and he's gonna hop out of the window and immediately go for the push. Lawi has that shotty in hand still. It's down to just one here for New Gen All-Stars. Choppy on the clock oh no, LMR has arrived. They saw this. This is exactly why you don't want to take that fight if you're Fate. But Fate does take down Circle 9 as New Gen All-Stars gets taken down by Kolawi.
Past the biceps just took down his own teammate with the nade and Chakooch falls, and Klawi's now in a 1 versus 3 for now. The Molly's going to get thrown. He can hold these stairs with the S12K, but he knows that there's a player down. A jump out that window, and all of a sudden he could find a bunch more points. Instead, he puts the defensive shield into play and continues to hold. But that could have been really bad for Past the Biceps had that gone worse.
My man is schmoving right now. Kalawi looking all directions, seeing if he can maybe take these guys by surprise. That blue zone grenade doing a lot of damage. He'll heal through it for now, but has to reposition once again. He's in another one, though.
What?
2 HP will keep him alive just barely, but that grenade from Charcouche will take him out.
Yeah, he ran from one blue zone nade into the other, and the HP was so low that any bit of shrapnel hits the shin and he goes down. But massive credit to Kalawi. He got so many more points there than you would have expected, right? Survived 1 versus 4 crash, manages to get those points, and then lives a little bit longer as the circle. But man, the circle's like, you know, the old DVD screen where the DVD signal would just go up to the corner, bounce off the side, and down. That's what our circle's doing today.
Yep, just ping pong circles, man. We've been talking about them over the course of this year. It seems like we're seeing a lot of them, and it's one of the toughest things for these teams to have to adapt to, as at least it pings back over towards the west. So it's good news for all the teams that were kind of over towards the west the last time when it went all the way over to the east, as we see the mortars getting sent into the skies here. Pest Control looks like they might be a target, but I don't know if... Yeah, they're nowhere near.
Am I going crazy, or is the compound Fate is in, was it once upon a time called Valley 8 back in the day?
Compound Fate is in. Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah,
it was a very long time ago.
There's another reference. I think Garden kind of is the one we go for now is Lopez. He gets the K9 out, and if he can get one shot through that letterbox window, You might see a blue zone tossed in on the other side of it. Fires off a shot, misses the first one, but still no way. No Tezan of the first move, and Lopez does hit one on the rise.
Get the nasty bolties out there. Lopez trying to return the favor back over here as we got another fight going on between STR. They're just actually third partying. I think that's Bilu and Shush fighting over the bridge, and STR just has this hillside that they're freely able to play around. Murillo, the last player left alive now for Bilu, but he does have that M249 in hand. He can do a lot of damage if somebody over peaks.
Yeah, over under the bridge. I think sometimes it feels like some of those guys don't have a partner, and they really don't at this point in time. Panadero's going to fall for Tezan as Flanker's able to pick up another 2 points as Team Fate get 8 points. They have more than doubled what they've been able to do so far on the day in a single map alone, and they're hoping to add one more Tezan player to it.
They do got BDE right in their compound, but it does not look like BDE has been too aggressive just yet. No way, continuing to just play around on that hillside as the blue is creeping up right behind them. They do have Kaibatsu off to their south, the solo in the blue. If he catches them not looking, but I think Gladiator's looking over in that direction. I think he's waiting for somebody, and yeah, Kaibatsu will go down, and that's going to do it for Tezan, going out in 10th place.
Yeah, Timothy gets a knock on to Shane Doe of Pest Control as well, as a lot of teams are starting to look at this compound as something that needs to be cleared out with 2 teams playing inside. Switchson will get a bolty shot on the Tiska of LMR as the circle does kick on back towards BDE and Fate, who are happily still holding that compound. Murillo, like I said, though, the only player for Bilu left alive, just on the edge of the bridge, and where for Wooly... How's Wooly get through this one? I don't know if he does.
I don't know if he does either. That's going to be a tough one because I think the only thing that he can maybe hope for is that maybe STR gets a knock here and decides to take advantage of Shush on that coastline. That's about all he can maybe hope for, but you see Switch just kind of looking over towards LMR more than anything, and it looks like STR has already sent one inside the circle, and he's getting absolutely sprayed down by Pest Control.
Yes, Zin still looking over this way. Lippy as well. STR have got a really tough rotate to make in a few seconds' time. That coup should be okay. I think he should be able to reverse it down. Zin does get a knock on the Tiska, and he does confirm it. So STR up to 3 kills now.
All right, let's see where they decide to go. Imagine they'll be joining up with Jibs over there on the very edge of zone. At least they have some rocks to play around. They'll actually send Leapy in a little bit further, so they'll get within utility range of Pest Control, but Pest Control is a little bit bogged down there by LMR, but Joshi will make short work of that situation as last minute roster gets taken out.
Yeah, Pest Control turning their attention onto STR, who, the way they parked both of those vehicles, STR isn't really conducive to rotating later on, but Pest Control have dug their dip. No way. Don't have any pickaxes here. That's a problem for them, as Gladiator is going to try and get into the water, but Penry will catch him. Overkill. He was on 1 HP, but the Lynx don't care. It don't discriminate, and no way find themselves in a world of pain now.
Nice. There you go. Clean from Shush, up to 6 kills now, and they have earned their spot here on the bridge. The trolls under the bridge. Apparently nobody able to answer their riddles 3 just yet. And they will maintain 4 alive. We'll see if the circle gives them any favor, as Pest Control still under pressure. Should be able to get the res here onto Karam, but you see what they've got ahead of them. It's not good.
Yeah, I'm trying my best not to make Red Hot Chili Peppers puns about them playing under the bridge. I really am, but it's getting a little bit too hard. And they're just all standing in line ready for me to make them. But Jibs, he'll find another knock, and he's able to confirm out those points. Pest Control lose 2 more, and STR get their 5th kill. Both Fate, BDE, and STR had really four really bad maps, and suddenly in the final map of the day, all 3 finding a bunch of points.
Yeah, if BDE can find a way to take out Fate here without taking any losses, they might be in a good position for a late day win. STR, they've been doing a hell of a job over on the eastern side. 6 kills for them. And they've been able to hold things down. They've been able to avoid Shush as well, which is probably the most important thing. Is Shush trying to take advantage of a little bit of a lull in the action right now, but shots from Penry will force Dark Castle to go back down as Squinsy will get the knock on a Tim Fee, and now Fate is just down to 1.
Yeah, Boundary Esports playing this really well. They've only got 2 kills so far, but they'll continue adding to it. Flanker giving away his position to QDL, who'll be able to reposition himself and try take on that last remaining Fate player. And then that could be an extra 2 points on the board for them. He's dropping down some deployable cover. Well, I don't know if it's going to work. Spots out Squinsy in the distance. Squinsy hits him hard, but Flanker's the open, and BDE pick up another 2 points.
Nice shots there from Squinsy. Wins that peak battle free and clear. 4 alive here for BDE, playing out of the compound. You see Shush has the mortar drop. They have eyes for STR as Clausera is going to get the knock on a Dark Castle. More spray come through with the M249. Where are those mortars going to land? A little bit off there for Shush, but they know they've got STR in a bad spot. Do they have utility? Can they get into grenade range? It looks like they're starting to creep over in that direction, but nothing coming just yet.
Yeah, you've got 2 teams now focused on STR.
Gotta hit that mortar.
And that will be a thing of beauty. They're lined up. This is like a proper trench back in World War II, but he's just not going to land it. Yeah, this one, he's a mile away.
Yeah, maybe it might just be too close, yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, I mean, Shush, I guess they just don't have any offensive utility left. They just can't make that run. I mean, nobody's even shooting at them right now. Looks like QDL will find the angle to get a knock on a Dark Castle, but STR will just get right back up as they can just continue to hide down here. But there's the grenade from Jimmy Guzman. Jimothy putting him in the dirt.
Love it. Jimmy's my new main character. Genuinely, he's my new favorite player as Clausera gets close to Murillo, who's managed to eke a top 4 out of this for Bilu in second place on 48 points, but you've got Shush looking to secure the night win on the cup. Clausera smoking everything off. Murillo's got that M249 at the ready, and Clausera's got one of his own. That nade though, that stun combination, is it good enough? Not yet, but surely he's a dead man walking.
There you go. Nicely done by Shush. Keep him blinded. Kalnick's going with the push. They will take him down. See if they can maybe re-up a little bit on utility here. Oh, that thing's rolling around like crazy, but no utility to be found, unfortunately, for Shush. But they do have some ditches here to work with, but they're not inside the circle just yet. But BDE has to make their way in as well.
Nobody is. Like, you've got 2 players out of these teams with a foot that's just about inside the circle, but it's open terrain. There's nowhere to play. Penry gets the off angle here, almost finds that knock, which could have opened things up just a little bit, but for now, Boundary still have to wait. If I'm a team like Boundary now, be patient, right? You don't have to be the first team to move. Wait for an opening to give itself up, whether that be pest control fighting with Shush, whether that be you finding a knock, but once you get that door open, you got to capitalize.
That'd be huge if Pasty was able to get a knock there, but just not going to get it. They'll have a coup here to at least get the guys over into zone. Kalnix will take a little bit of a spray down there. Already almost 900 damage for Kalnix as Jamone Biles now looking over towards Squinsy. That's exactly where they are, but Joshi, the last player for pest control, a dangerous, dangerous man. It's just going to be creeping slowly in on the other side of that ridge line with the blue zone.
If you're tracking your homework, though, in your skill feed, you should know that there's somebody still alive outside of right? Because you have 4 players up. You know that BDE have 4 players, or that the other team has 4 players up, so there has to be a solo somewhere.
Yeah, Squinsy's looking.
Yeah, he's got to find him. Yeah, he knows exactly where he is. This is good. Really impressed by Boundary, not forgetting about the fact there's a solo.
Yeah, smart play. Smart play on the part of Boundary as they've got him pretty much pinned out. Good grenade from Penry will take down Santahiro as Pasty will just have to run back and heal up. Jimmy Guzman will take down Joshi as that's going to be the 12th kill picked up for Shush. Now Jimmy gonna get taken down by Squinsy. Squinsy coming alive here in the late game for BDE. Pasty will finish him off, and now Shush is down to just 2.
Boundary Esports 4 versus 2 now. You've got them exactly where you need them. Cloudera's going to go for the res, but the mod's going to get tossed in the blue zones. The instant re-knock, but QDL will get caught on the open. The rest of Boundary, just sit and wait. The win is coming. They're in the blue. It is over. Boundary Esports finished the night with a win. 17 points for them, and it moves them off a bottom spot into 14th. And hey, it gets them underway in these PAS Cups.
You love to see it. Beautiful work there in the end game, and making sure that they kept track of that kill feed. They knew to expect that snake in the grass, and at the end, they just collapsed the fist, closed the fist on top of Shush, who has had a great day of their own, but were not able to pull off that last victory, as we get a replay there of Scam getting absolutely bodied by a Draft King.
Something tells me that's going to be a replay next week as well, whenever we kick off the cup. That was a big play. Kalawi again was massive for his side here too. You saw the shotgun, you saw the aggression, the pushing up. He was assisted a little bit by the timing of that LMR push, but he took full advantage, and we saw some great shots from Fate as well. Like, Fate got unlucky that they got kind of picked apart, they got hot dropped on, but they took advantage of a couple of good circles for them too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw at that point they had 8 kills, so all's fair in love and war, and they did a pretty damn good job of salvaging a few points there, as we see those bridge trolls from Shush doing a lot of damage, a lot of kill points picked up, but in the end just too much to make their way through that Boundary Esports siege there at the end. So very well played by them. Shush still gets the most points out of the lobby, but only just by 1.
Yeah, 12 kills, really strong for them as they held that bridge and just wiped out a bunch of teams. Boundary with 17, but like I said, it takes them off bottom spot and actually puts them ahead of some of the teams that played in the Cups last week as well. So they're going to be in the mix going into week 3 for trying to qualify for PAS. All the way down to the bottom of the leaderboard, the per diem withholders. No points for them because DraftKings decided they weren't allowed any. It's as simple as that. But I'm more curious as to see the overall leaderboard, because remember, all the points you get on every Cup day are combined with what you got in the previous weeks. And Shush's 57 will go nicely alongside the total that they got last week.
Yeah, Circle 9 and Bilu also going to pick up quite a few. Duel, kind of an average day so far here today, or through 3 or 5 games. 30 points you're never going to be too terribly upset about, but it's definitely not what they put out last week, which was 65. So the fact that they had such a good week 1, though, will allow them to kind of get away with having this average day, right? You kind of expect that everybody's going to have at least one down week. So hopefully for Duel, this is their down week, and they can just continue to build.
Yeah, the 40 points for Circle 9 as well, I think puts them up well over 120. Yeah, 121 for them. Bilu on 100, Duel on 96. So you see that a bunch of those teams have a lot of points, but if you're watching this at home and you're wondering why there's such a drop, well, some of these teams didn't play this week. Yin Yang, Animaniacs, Alavance, all did not take part. You gotta say, the teams that joined this week in their place did a much better job, Poro, when you look at the points they were able to gather.
Yeah, I mean, we and it's going to keep getting better, right, with every passing week, because these guys are going to get more reps in. We're most likely going to start seeing more of the same teams over and over again, but you never know. There could be a 4-man squad watching this right now who will sign up and fight their way through those scrims and then find themselves back here for PAS Cup next week. You just never know. There's still 3 weeks remaining, so plenty of time to get yourself back in that conversation, maybe find yourself in PAS.
100% scan that QR code, like we keep saying. Get your squad signed up, play in the scrims at the start of the week, and see if you can compete in next week's Cup. But that is an end for the PAS Cup for this week. But PUBG action will continue, Paro. Tomorrow morning, we will continue with the final of PGS 7 to see who will take the first PGS of this cycle. And hey, little birdie told me you'll be there, right?
I will. I think that same little birdie told me that you'll be there. And if you want to stick around, if you're enjoying the PAS Cups, we'll be right back here next week, same time. It'll be Gibson +1. I can't remember who it is. I don't know if it's me or Matt. Okay, it's going to be Matt next week. But so I'll be watching. I'll be in chat. We'll hang out together, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're going to go get some sleep, though, because we have an early rise. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and take care.